Does this go in here? It does not?
No. That's the cordless, right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't go in here. It won't fit. You got it on right now. There it goes, working.
Good morning, everyone. We're about 15 minutes behind, so if you please take a seat, we can get started promptly. Thank you.
You guys are gonna be awesome.
Really?
Nervous.
Take
Nervous.
picture. Take picture. We want to. Is this? I want to send it by email.
Oh, okay. Good.
Did you do it by PowerPoint?
Yeah,
That's good.
did you?
No.
That's good because it will take the eyes off me.
Thank you.
I like him. He's very nice.
Yeah, he is. Oh my
Wow.
goodness.
Wow. My mobile in
Comfortable.
the purse. Bring it.
Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Take picture. We
Don't do that.
أخذت من تليفوني خلاص. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm gonna have water already.
You need water.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our 8th annual immigration forum.
There was a
Focus
few
continue
people.
to review existing programs and service gaps, examine strategies to attract and retain immigrants for our existing workforce, look at ways to retain immigrants in the work setting and the transition into Canadian work culture. Community consultations and working on a welcoming policy.
Take a breathe.
The forum will seek to attract
Take a
employers to make aware of the process involved in creating employment opportunities in Thunder Bay and the region. I'd like to welcome everybody and thank you all for coming. I'd like to start off with acknowledging that this gathering is being held on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe people and of the Fort William First Nation, in which we reside within the Robinson Spirit Treaty. I'd also like to acknowledge the contribution
don't
made by
ask
the Métis
us
people of
questions.
Ontario. I would also like to acknowledge Citizenship and Immigration for the continuous support for hosting this event every year, and our community partners, economic development, and this year, as part of the National Francophone Week, we have Réseau. So with much ado, because we're a little behind, I will start with our panel presentation. Our first presenter is Laura, and the others will introduce themselves as we go, and I will turn it over to them.
Good morning, everybody. A couple of weeks ago, when I got invited to this event, I had the chance to hear. I was at the Multicultural Center volunteering, and I had the chance to listen to some stories of some other immigrants and all the hardship that we all have in our countries, and I think we are lucky to be in Canada. Anyways, my name is Laura Coronado. I am from Colombia. I immigrated to Canada in 2007 with my 2 children. My husband, however, he's been in Canada for 15 years. And in 2011, my youngest son was born. And now my kids are 23, 9, and 4 years old. There you go. That's my family. Being born in Colombia, in a small town called Tunja, with a population of 150,000 people, and located at 9,250 feet above the sea level, I got the good sense of what the cold weather looks like in my own country. Some people think that Colombia is always warm, but in Tunja you get chilly winds and cold climate conditions. When I decided to move to Canada, many of my friends were teasing me that I was already weather-wise. I was lucky, and I thought that I was, until I landed in Toronto in January 2007, after the first big snowstorm. And then I got really appreciative about my old hometown. Weather there is actually very enjoyable. In Colombia, I worked for 10 years in a telecommunications company as a sales manager. Then in Toronto, when we got in 2007, and while living there, we sensed all the multiculturalism, and that enriched us all. All the parks and museums and the science centers and the street events amazed us. Personally, I was shocked. I love it. My kids learn geography and history from their own classmates, listening to their own stories, and that was awesome. You get to try all kind of certain delicious dishes, and you learn to meet people from all over the world. Potlucks became my favorite kind of food, and my favorite kind of party, actually. I came with no language with not English skills, so I have to get myself in all the link programs that would take my little one. At that time, my second son was 9 months, so most of the link programs in Toronto have a childminding, but I was hunting for those because none of them have the appropriate stuff for small children like mine at that time. So it took me a couple of years to learn the language. All of us did. We learned the culture. We somehow adjust. My daughter finished the school. She finished high school. Then she went and applied to university. She was very brave. She started working 2 years after we came. She was 16, and she, with all the barriers and language and culture and everything, she's been doing very well. We struggle, as most of immigrants do, with shortest money and with family difficulties and with the lack of friends. My family, from my mother's side, is a big one. I have 11 aunties, and my father's family, my husband's family is also a big one. He's the youngest of 7. So in our countries, we were used to family meetings and all of those challenges, even the disagreements. You miss them when you get here. You're alone. My son's best friends were Serbians, Turkish, Polish, and Iranian. And my daughter's best friend was a very humorous and smart Somalian girl. And also my friends in Toronto were Mexican, Cubans, Bulgarian, Koreans, and of course Colombians. I wanted to go back to work. I missed it, but we couldn't afford to get the childcare. So I dedicated my time to educate my children, to keep the language, to teach them Spanish. And I got really passionate about homeschooling. I wasn't brave enough to implement it, but I was doing all sorts of things that a homemaker do, that a homemaker does when there is no other option. So we had, as I said, financial restrictions and lots of family tension and uncertainty. But through that, you learn to be stronger and to grow closer with your family members. This is more or less what the experience in Toronto was. I love it. I like Toronto very much. It has lots of good memories for our family, and I'm really appreciative of that. Now, Thunder Bay. This is all the struggle. I think it's everybody as immigrants that had those kind of struggles. Making friends, sometimes you think that your own people from your own country are friends, but it's not always about nationality. It's more about personality, and until you find that, you're looking for it. You miss it. Lots of people. She was complaining why she was the only one not allowed to have sleepovers. And I said, I'm sorry, this is a Colombian house, and we cannot do that. Well, no language, no culture, and not being able to work. Next. Now, Thunder Bay. I moved here 6 months ago. My husband again was here ahead once more. He came in January, and I think you can figure why I wasn't brave enough to come in January. I wanted to pass it still, the winter in Toronto. But I found, I've been I find Thunder Bay like my charming Tunja in Colombia. It's a small town, 10 minutes drive to get everywhere, no lines at the banks, at the shopping malls, and people are very, very friendly, very talkative. And don't get me wrong, but that you don't get it in Toronto. I've been in Toronto. I spent most of my time in swimming pools, libraries, and all the places that you can go with kids. But I didn't have many chances to talk in English. So here I find that Thunder Bay has built a small community, and I can feel it, and I'm very proud to be here now, actually. And I've been enjoying it while I'm settled in it. I also found in Thunder Bay a small, very warm and welcoming Latin American community, and that has been a blessing to my family. We've been building friendships. And now, what on earth brought us to Thunder Bay? Why we came here? My husband is an international trained physician. He was a surgeon in Colombia. He came here in 1999, and he came here with a position in research, and he had to improve his English, so he spent a couple of years working in that. Then he was in the Northwestern hospital, volunteering and doing again research. In 2005, he decided to apply to be a family doctor in Canada. So year after year, he was applying for the residency with no success. So he got a fellowship in chronic pain treatment there in the Northwestern Hospital. He spent a couple of years there, still applying for the residency, no luck. I think he tried for 5 years, until in 2009 when he was doing his addiction treatment fellowship in the CAMH, in the Mental Health Institute in Toronto. He got accepted, and that is when he started doing his residency. Most of the time it takes 2 to 3 years for an international trained physician to finish that. For my husband it was a little bit longer. We encountered lots of difficulties. But in 2014, he finally finished that. He finished his residency, he graduated from U of T, and but again, some other difficulties got his license a little bit delayed. And then when he decided to phone all the people he knew, because we were having a hard time. So he phoned a lady who lives in Thunder Bay, and he met her when he was doing his chronic pain fellowship. And she's also an international trained physician. She was very kind. She was very supportive. And she offered her help. She she brought some light to our path and some hope. And that's why we came. She opened the door, and actually when we said Thunder Bay, everything was faster. And this is the first year after 15 years that my husband is working as a family doctor in Thunder Bay. So when you look back 8 years and you do the exercise that I was offered to do today, you still, in my case, I still struggle some with the dreams that I haven't been able to accomplish, like going back to work, maybe take some studies. Then you feel that you have to start all over again, like not having Canadian experience in other fields that motherhood makes me fight with my identity. And the places where I put my confidence. And you have to just make yourself stronger and look ahead. And anyways, I did pray God for an adventure and for better opportunities for my children. And that's why I came to Canada. So I think now that all my children are in school, my youngest one finally, he entered school, so I've been having some more time to volunteer. And in Thunder Bay, I've been very blessed to be part of the MEMO. I don't know if you know that organization that is collecting medical equipment and from Canada. He collects from all over Canada, this organization, and they shipped it to Cuba, to El Salvador, and to Africa. And I've been volunteering with them, and I love that. And also at the Multicultural, I've been part of the Réseau church, which is a small church that has welcomed us and has helped us in our settling down. And this is how my story is being so far. So for now, I'm really grateful to be in Canada, first of all, in Thunder Bay now. And I'm thankful for the time that I was somehow forced to be at home, but on the light side, I can say that I had time to read for my kids, to take them parks, to take them places, to visit, to have holidays without asking for it at work. And because from here it's easier, from Canada it's easier to travel, so anytime we had a chance, we could escape to Mexico, to Jamaica, and small trips that were really a good, breathtaking experience in that, in all the process, I think. So I know that I had the chance to stay in my country. Colombia has been blossomed and the economy has been changing, but I cannot deny the opportunity that I have had, that my husband has had in Canada. And I think that all of us thrive in life, that it does not change. What changes are the challenges, the places, but this is life. We all fight for our goals, for our children, and you get stronger as the years pass. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Fahime from Iran, and I've been here with my husband and my 7-year-old daughter since July 2013. I'm so glad to be here. But first of all, I would like to mention that since it's my first presentation in English, I'm a little bit nervous. Well, today, I'm going to talk about the story behind my immigration. I studied chemistry in the university, and right after finishing it, I started to work in a chemical laboratory. Since I was working with different kinds of equipment, I got interested in electrical engineering. Then, I commenced studying electrical engineering. After 4 years, I got my second certificate. Then I decided to find another job in this field. And I started my second job with the telecommunication company. It was a good experience for me, but it wasn't all what I wanted in my life. So, as you surely know, Iran is an Islamic country, and the work atmosphere for women is totally different in comparison with men. The thought of immigration goes back to about 4 years ago, when different kinds of sanctions was subjected to our country, which has resulted in increasing rate of inflation. So we didn't see a bright future for our family. In addition, in my home country, religion plays an important role in all other aspects of society. And I personally have preferred to live in a place where freedom of speech and religion were valued. Not to mention that I desire a better future for my daughter in a country with educational facilities, healthcare system, and safety. For all these reasons, I left my country in order to get what I desire for my family. The next step was to choose where to immigrate. I searched on the internet and asked some of my friends who are living in different countries. I realized that Canada is a multicultural country and there is a variety of people who are living together peacefully and finely. Canada has a skilled worker program which based on professional skills. And this program is divided into federal and Quebec. And in our case, Quebec was looking for people in our professional skills. As a result, we had to learn French. We studied French, me and my husband, for approximately 1 year. And after that, we were accepted in an interview which was in Turkey. It was a long process because we applied in 2011 to come here. And it took us a lot of force to do. After passing the interview, we called a friend of mine who lived here in Thunder Bay. He invited us to come here. And since we knew that immigration is a very difficult process, we decided to settle in a city where we had a very close friend who helped us to make it easier. I vividly remember the most intimidating moment in my life. It was almost 1 year ago when we first came here. First of all, I didn't know anything about where I wanted to live. And second, and the most important one, is language barrier. We as newcomers have struggled with lots of obstacles. I couldn't deal with different situations, such as opening an account in a bank or getting a social insurance number. But we went to the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association to study English. My husband and I had language assessment there, and then started taking English classes in September 2014 with a wonderful teacher who was sharing his time, talent, and knowledge. After finishing the first semester, my husband had to start finding a job because, as all of you know, that we need money to live. So he started his job at Safeway because he couldn't find a job in his field, which is, again, chemistry, because we were classmates. He has 11 years of experience in petrochemical plants and wastewater company. He works in the management department as a management trainee in Safeway, but he's still interested to work in his field. Now I have decided to find a job, but unfortunately here in Thunder Bay, the opportunity to find jobs in our fields is rare, and sometimes I ask myself which way is the best. Is it better to go to university to continue my education or to work? I really prefer that to stay here in Thunder Bay because I used to live in a small city in my country, and I'm so comfortable here because the people are very nice, there is no traffic, and I can take care of my daughter better. But all of this depends on our jobs. I would like to thank you, the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association, as all of the office staff and principal are kindly keeping things running smoothly. In last year, we've had a wonderful time in the school, and it has provided us with a good study place. It was a warm, big family. I consider the days in this Link school as the greatest because I have developed my strong will, improved my comprehension abilities, and made good friends. Thank you for your patience. I wish you all a blessed day.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sahar Aboudikir. Today, I and my family celebrate the first anniversary in Canada. We arrived Canada last year on 3rd of November and to Thunder Bay on the 4th of November. So this is the first year for us here. I came with my husband, Eamonn, my daughter, Sarah, she's 24 years old, and my son, Samer, who is 23 years old. We are now a permanent resident of Canada, coming from Iraq. As a refugee, we are here. Now I want to tell you why I and my family have to leave Iraq. I worked in Iraq as a senior chief engineer in petrochemical complex in Basra. You know, Basra is in the south, and all the oils and oil fields are there. So I am a mechanical engineer in petrochemical for more than 25 years in petrochemical field. I worked in drawing office and manufacturing of spare parts for all parts in the factory. And I worked for 6 years before in bricks factories as a mechanical maintenance superintendent there. And I worked also a manager of a bricks factory there at that time. My husband had a professional job also. He is a marine captain. He worked in the ports in South Iraq, all the ports. And we had a comfortable life there at that time. You know the political situation in Iraq after 2003. We suffered political changes, and Christians in Iraq were made to be unwelcome there. Especially for me as a woman, you know, I was heading a department for 250 persons there. It's not welcome to be as a woman who is a Christian to be a manager there. So we have attempt for my son actually to be kidnapped. So we decided to leave the country. It's not simple to leave our country, but we should leave it. So we left the country to Syria. We stayed there for about 4 years through the United Nations, no any reply. They said, we close your file. So at a sudden, sorry, thank you. We applied to come to Canada. Fortunately, St. Anthony Church sponsored us. We are very lucky, but also we came here through, the case took about 1 year. It took us 4 years. We are waiting and waiting and waiting. And the situation in Syria was very bad at that time. We returned back to our country with all the fear, all the uncomfortable situation. At the last, they call us from the Canadian embassy in Amman that they said, everything is okay, we are very happy, and we are here now. In this society, is a very good society, and the next day we are here. St. Anthony Church are very, very helpful people. They prepare for us accommodation and house and all these last year. They are really very nice people and helping in all our activities. I started to look for a job. The new office in the Confederation College, they help us a lot. They find for my son a good job in Fountain Tire. And now he is continuing his job in Fountain Tire and doing his English in Confederation College in order to apply for the college because his English not so good. He was in high school at that time. My daughter, she is now applying a human resource course in Confederation College, fortunately, and she is working a part-time in Staples. Thanks God for that. Now I'm working part-time in wire rack in Metro, It's not my career. I am mechanical engineer. So it's to survive, After 1 year, we have to have money, as she said, to pay the rents and all the accommodation and for the car and everything, So I am working now part-time, 16 hours a week. It's not so good, but something to survive, I applied to Bombardier, I applied to sawmill factory, I applied for all the places. No any response from them. I applied also for Professional Engineering of Ontario. I sent my certificate. I am now IT enter, but I should have 4 exams to be a professional engineering. My age is 55 years old. I think I can study more, I don't know. I will try to be a professional engineering. At last, and me and my family feel safe and free and welcome in our home in Thunder Bay, really. Fortunately, our old house, are close to the Multicultural Association, which we attained from the first day we arrived here. They help us a lot. We are attending the classes of Link School, and we have the experience of English. It's not easy for me, my husband, my son, and my daughter. And now we are struggling, as they say, to live in this country. We love Thunder Bay. We went to Toronto. We have a lot of families there and relatives, but we like it. When we come back here, no, Thunder Bay is the best, really, and the best society. I shared my story with you. If anyone have any question, I will be more happy to reply. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Her name is Eamonn, and she said today, I'm very happy, excited, and also very nervous to tell you about my story for Myanmar to Canada.
Yamime Kanupana, Yamime Kanupha, do ya topa da yuwa, le ba ko ba khede wa bun la
She married to Sehan when she lived in Melaf refugee camp.
ke I yo dai phu ka khwini de ga do de chilwi ni de ga la
She has two sons. The older one is 14 years and the younger one is 9 years old.
I tu khu ta khu do ma le I he ba le ko khen da a khoi la
I am so happy that I have a chance to come to Canada.
ke I ta o de pla tho ye ta le kho plo sa tho le ko byo do su ko khen da ni la
Now I will tell you about my life from Burma.
yo pla tho le ko byo pu phe to to khu ya kho shi te ni ne la
I was born in 1983 in Burma.
yo pla tha de ni we lo ki kho plo le ta du ta ya ke tho we phe to wo pu le byo do ko nyo ta pa che a khu ba ba khi tha ku ni la
After I turned a year old, the war started in my village between Korean army and Burmese army.
ye moi pa te pya ke ya le phe ta du ga to pe yo su dwe u to wo hi ne we sa bu ko pho do klo pa na khe le ni la
Because of the war, so they ran away, and when she grew up, her parents told her that while the fighting, and the Burmese army burned her home, killed her animals, took everything that belonged to her family.
couple be bo ko pho to le ba pa ta pho ta li do le ba couple ta lo ta kle ti pha pe yo tu o so ho pa ki to bu le ba ni la
Because of they lose everything, they lost their home and they did not have anything left in their village. And also the Burmese army live and still in her village, so she will not able to return to their village.
le ta ni ho pe hi po ko pho pe hi po ko pho tu ko ta su ko cho te do ke tho ba ko ba khe ni la
Because of those reasons, her family went to Thailand refugee and became a refugee.
sarala tu to ku ya ko chilu ni li yo le me la de ko wo do yo o tu le ki to de chilu ni o we ani so chi ni la
Her family came to Thailand refugee camp in 1984 and she lived there until 2014. So she lived in Thailand refugee camp 13 years.
ta o mu le de ko po me ta ka ti ka to ni la
Life in refugee camp is very hard and difficult and also very crowded.
do wang nya te pha ne o we ama do pa nya na gi o we da lui ka la ble yek la kha kha ni la
There are a lot of people there.
ta ku le po ga ne ta ku ta ka to a ba ta o ta o ta ka se ka short gi ba
She said like she doesn't have enough food, not enough clothes, do not allow to go outside, do not have a fresh air there.
pa ka khi to ha lo go ta khwe ta ya do ba pa ka khu phi khu ma go pa klo pa ka khu phi khu ma go pa ni ba klo si te ti ba
We do not allow to go outside. If we go outside, we got arrested. So we do not have a job, and we do not get any money because we don't have a job there.
couple yo tu de ba o kho we de go bu wa wa ni la
Because the town soldier, the town police, they just guard the refugee camp. So they have to still inside the cab.
ปะบ้าโอเลเดกว่าปูเนดีชอบพอเลตาดูขาเลตาเดปูเนหรอ
Life in refugee camp is similar to a prison. It's like a bird who put that in the net so you can go anywhere. It's like a zoo, like an animal who live in the zoo.
เลตาเนี่ยโคตาแขวตายาโตบาซาปะตาคือโดมาเลปอมูบาเดียโคลอ
We do not have an opportunity there. We do not have a future there. But we were happy because we stayed alive there.
ขับรถตาเอามูขีเสดีอโคเปอโดโอเลขับรถตามูขีเสโคเปเตอโดโอเลเดกว่าปูบา
Because life is very, very hard and very difficult to live in refugee. So we don't want to live in refugee camp anymore.
อโคเพลตาสิกว่าสิโดโอเลจูเอรูอกตอเปเลสิกว่าสิโดดอปะตอนี่ปะเลก็แคนาดานี่ลอ
When she heard the UNHCR-MC broadcast that the Canada government will sponsor a refugee to their country, she was apply for it.
เพเนอกตอเปโปดอตาสิกว่าสิโดเลปะกะเฮบ้านเลก็แคนาดาก็นี่ลอ
After she was applied for it, they asked her a few questions to come to Canada.
สัทอเลเพตะกะคีกะโทตะชิตะดือคีกะโทตะชิลุยลาอกะคือตอนนี้ปะหาทอบ้านเลบากอบาเคเดวาบุสุควิเบนี่ลอ
She waited a year, and in 2014 August 6, she left the refugee, and then she came to Quebec City.
ไปฮิปคอพเมปราโดทบ้านเลปราลาปูตะเลปูบ้านเลวินอตบลอบาโคปสุโปสาวาดอตุคุตาคือตะตอขอปปลีดาโดมาเพปสาทอโดทอกบอยู่อาคารนี่ลอ
My family, we grew up in refugee camp, and refugee camp is like a forest, and we never been in big city, so we were so excited to come to a big city like Canada, and we also very nervous because we never took a plane before.
ภาษาทอหาทอเลอยู่ก็จื้อคุยเบนี้ปตอบาตานอตมีบา
She started took a plane in Bangkok, Thailand, and when she arrived to Quebec City, Montreal, she doesn't have anything to eat. They did not eat anything because they did not know how to speak English. They saw people in the plane, but they scared to ask them a food, so they did not eat anything.
ปเตระตบูบาโคปเตนี่อบาตาบันลอ
Because they do not know English, so they just stay in their seat, so they did not get any food.
เพปกบอยู่ซอลอเลมทริโอกะตอปโดทอกะดอโซเลเซอร์นาริเกลนี่ลอ
When she arrived to Montreal, she has to took 3 hours ride to arrive to Quebec City.
เพเนอกะตออยู่โพดออยู่วาเตพาลาบุลตอดอบัวคุมุนามูมาเกลบา
When they arrived to Quebec City, they were so exhausted. They got a car sick, so they were dizzy and yeah, kind of thing. I don't know how to explain.
เพเปเลตุเลคุเบคาไปให้เราปราเซลุชิดอลา
When they arrived to Quebec City, a person who looked after them, they gave them $40. They gave her $40.
ภาษา จีดอลลาร์นี้เป็นที่บ้านนอนบล็อกบ้าไปปากขาดินนี่หรอ
They never seen dollars before, so they just look at it and then they kept it.
เลตาออตาออกก้อนนี้ไปให้ดอกปลาดอกปอตุวิบ้าไปตอนยันยี่บ้านนอนบล็อกบ้า
She got a food for a person who looked after her, but she didn't know what to eat the food because they never ate it before.
เป็นเมื่อเราบุยรอต่อภาษาทอตูทอปะตาอมมูปะโดนเนี่ยบ้าใต้ถวยกว่าถวยกีนี่หรอ
We were so exhausted, tired, and we did not eat very well, but we were so happy that we start our life there very smoothly.
ตาก็ตาแค่ดูวิตนี้มีเลิปกโตพระสิกโลดบ้าบาดอว่ากันยอพกโตโกลทีตาตะคลุตดาบานี่หรอ
The most difficult thing when she lived in Quebec City is she doesn't know how to speak French, and the person who did the interpreter doesn't available anytime when she needs them. She needs them all.
ปโอเพนี้อลาตชีดอปโอจมูบ้าอโคเปคือเกลเลปกตุลอตุเกลสู้วิตตะเบนหรอ
She lived there 10 months, and she doesn't have a food to eat there. She wants to eat, and she doesn't know where to go, so she decided to move to Thunder Bay.
บ้านมันอยู่โคเลปตุลอตุเกลเลตะเบอินดีอีนี่หรอเตอปติญญาเลตีตะโกเลเฮเลเมลาเดกวาปูโอเพตะเบตะบลดูโอโคเปเฮโอตือปะตะนี่หรอ
She wants to move to Thunder Bay because she knew many families from refugee camp and family that they knew they live in Thunder Bay.
ปะตาโอเลทอบายาเลปะกันยอตโรดอบุทอบาทอบูบาตโกตาเลปะกันยอตวปูล
She wants to go to Korean church and live in Korean community too because Thunder Bay have the small Korean community.
เปโดเลบโพเปลีตะพากมาโลบ้ากลวักกลัวอโคไปเฮสุตะเบล
She wants her children to learn English too, so she came to Thunder Bay.
ตะเกโคเตเมเลปติญานาฮูบะเลปวาตเวโอดอปตาโอตุลอตุปตาโอตุปตานี่ล
Another thing that she wants to come to Thunder Bay because she heard that Thunder Bay they have a Korean community. You have a friends like a Korean people, so you can eat Korean foods. So she came to Thunder Bay.
เฮเบตุตะเบคาคอพโลเปกญอตาเปกญอมาตาเล TBMAO อโคเกรอตามาสโดพาโดญานี่ล
Because of TBMA hub and sport, so she found out it's very helpful for her.
คอพโล TBMA ตามาสโอโคตาคุเนปวาไปฮิปโคตาโอตาโซตอเนปวาลิเลคุเสปวาตาตาอวิโซตอเซคุเนปวากติตราชขอปวาสุโจดอมาเซตาอือกาติพาอามาล
When she arrived to Thunder Bay, TBMA, Thunder Bay Multicultural Association, helped her with the horses, help her with the paper, help her with the transportation, foods, school, everything. So she found out it's very helpful.
คอพโล TBM ตามาเซโอโคปตุลอตุกเลสู with the bay เลตาบลิบลิชชอนนี่ล
Because of TBMA help and sport, so she arrived to Thunder Bay very smoothly.
แค่อียาดออยู่ว่าประมาณโลกลวากโลดอคาสุญญาเปเตกลวามีบ้านดอเปคือ ผิดคือมันนี่ล่ะ
Now, her and her husband, she learned English at Lynn School, and one day, if she understands English, she will looking for a job.
ตากอตาแคดูกตะเลอยู่ก็มีคลุซีตากอตาแคมูคูมูโลซอตะเลอตาดูมาอากะตอมีเลอยู่บ้าฮิเกเซก็บ่อยู่เลนุยกะทุนุยเมเบลอโคแกตาตากุตากอตากอตาแคดูมาแล้ว
The weather is very, very hard for her, but the most difficult and worry thing for her is she has to pay $7,000 for government because they pay for her plane, her flight. So she have a loan and she have to pay for it, and she doesn't have a job, so she very worried about it.
ยตาตาคือดกตตะคอมิเลยโพทบาโจเกเกปอปโซบาเกเกอบาเกเกปอดอตาเขวตายาตาตะเบลเกเกอโคนี่ล่ะ
But I'm very happy and glad that my children can go to school and we can live here very safe, and people here are very nice, friendly, and very helpful. Yeah, and the end of story, and I want to thank you all of you for listening to me. This is my first time doing the interpreter, and because of the language barrier, you might not understand all of it. And I'm very appreciate and thank you so much to listen to us.
Thank you very much, guys, for sharing your private and personal stories with us today. The floor is open now for questions. Anybody have any questions? Fine ladies up here today. Who just poured their heart out and shared their stories with us. Each you, Rebecca.
Rebecca Johnson, I'm just interested, ladies, if you could provide, we're going to be talking about welcoming communities a little bit later in the program today. I do know that the Multicultural Association has been very welcoming to you and have assisted you in your transition to Thunder Bay. But I'd like to know what you feel about the larger community. How could we welcome you better in Thunder Bay in whatever context that would mean to you?
I would like to talk about equal to that in the case that with my kids, when I was teaching them Spanish at home and they were exposed to an English environment, they had difficulties when they were little, when they were toddlers. And both of my little boys were white. And it made me feel so bad that they would bite another child. And I wasn't, I thought, the feeling as a mother, like, oh, what is he? You don't go very that long. And that made me feel so bad. Back in Toronto, I come from a very white No more questions. Okay. I would like to thank these ladies for sharing their stories with us. We have, their stories tell a lot about the struggles that newcomers face, transition, whether they come as skilled immigrant class, professionals from a war-torn country, refugees, the process. Sometimes the process needs to be worked on. Sometimes, you know, they all are happy in Thunder Bay as a small community. It's nice when you come to a community where you have a hub of other community members to take you under their wings and support you. I know for the Korean community, having a church, having a settlement worker that speaks the language is a bonus for them. They understand things clearly because it can be communicated in both languages to them. Our English is a second language school where a lot of them make new friends. And our community partners like the college and other churches that make them feel welcome and support them in what they, making Thunder Bay their new home. Thank you very much, ladies, for participating today. It's 10:20. I think we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get right into our welcoming discussion. We would like to, last Immigration Forum, we did touch on a welcoming community, some characteristics. I did put that PowerPoint in your package for those who didn't attend last year. And after our break, Cathy will get a little more in depth. We have 3 questions in there. We're going to get into some groups and try to answer. So we hope that before lunch we can walk away with some action items that we can work on immediately. Okay? Thank you. We're going to start with the next portion of our forum. I'm going to invite my moderator, Ms. Woodbeck, to the podium.
Let's collect everyone back into the room. I just wanted to thank our presenters again from this morning. They gave me the best segue into what we're going to do now for the rest of the morning that I could have possibly asked for. I want us to think about the situation in Thunder Bay. I know over the past years that we've had the forum, we've been preaching to the converted. This isn't the anti-racism breakfast. This is an immigration forum to talk about welcoming, to talk about recruitment, to talk about what the efforts are within the city to attract and retain newcomers. So I don't need to preach to you about why that's important. I don't need to tell you about how it enhances our community. Most of the folks that are here are working with us as partners on a lot of the projects that we're doing. We have newcomers in the room that have gone through the process, that understand learning language. We have volunteers in our room that help newcomers learn English or connect to a job, who act as professional mentors. We have folks here who have worked in community economic development and are working in economic development, in job search. So we've got the right folks in the room to be talking about a welcoming strategy for our community. I wanted to say that we're very fortunate, I think, in Thunder Bay, and we heard about that we are a larger community with a small community feel. We are different than the huge communities where no one knows each other. When we need to connect with someone and find a mentor or have a community partner, we know who to call, we know them by name, we know their face when we give them a call, and they know who we are. And so it makes things a lot easier here for us. But how can we create a welcoming environment as a community, and how can we get the rest of our city on board to do that, and the region in Northwestern Ontario? How can we get everybody on board to start welcoming newcomers? It doesn't necessarily have to be newcomers who are coming directly from another country to our community. It can be anyone that's new to that community. And we've been having that conversation with First Nations groups, with secondary migrant groups, with people that are just moving into our region for employment, is how do we make them feel welcome? The three questions that you have on the paper, Michelle is going to give you a bit more instruction on how we're going to work in groups on those, but there's some things that I'd like us to be thinking about. Who are the partners? Who are the agencies? Are they neighborhoods? Are they faith groups? Are they churches? That's where it's really integral that our newcomer women gave us those ways that they were welcomed. And let us understand that in one case it was a church group. In one case it was another professional introducing them to a professional community. In another case it was a refugee sponsorship agreement holder that brought them to the community. In the last situation it was the Karen Burmese community that's already in Thunder Bay that attracted the family to come here to gather with the rest of that group. So there were many different reasons why people feel more welcome than others, but I want us to think about how we can be a part of that. What's our role? Our role can be in our employment, in our profession, how we can help newcomers in that situation, but also in our neighborhoods, in our private lives, and in the conversations that we have with other people. So let's promote Thunder Bay, Northwestern Ontario, for the welcoming region that it is. Let's talk about the success stories. Those are some of the ways that we can do this. Some of the thoughts that I jotted down were, do we want to focus on recruiting professionals, newcomers, refugees from similar groups, similar sized cities? There's a lobby potential for us to talk to government about how successful newcomers from similar sized cities do in our city. Newcomers who come from smaller communities in their home countries, their countries of origin, do very well in Thunder Bay because of the size. So let's focus on some of those things as well. And in the conversations that we might have with government or agencies or within lobby groups, those are some of the things we should probably be bringing up. Group of 5 sponsorships in Thunder Bay. I just want to tell you a little bit about how welcoming Thunder Bay really is. We had so much press on the Syrian refugee crisis. We heard about it on the news. We saw the photos. We saw the footage. We were also moved by what has been happening around the world. Well, what you heard from everyone this morning is that's not a new thing. That has been happening around the world. We just haven't seen it. And it happened in the Karen Burmese refugee crisis situation. It happened with the Kosovar refugees. It's happening with Iraqi Christians, as we were told. This is happening around the world. But now groups of 5 are getting together, and that's a sponsorship group that decides that we as a community, a group of 5 friends, 5 of the ones that came to us that are interested in sponsoring are retired high school principals who said, you know what, we can do this. We've got time, we have vehicles, we can come together as a group of 5 or 6, we can sponsor a family, and we can afford to do this for a year or 2 as we get them connected and integrated into the community. So they've set this up. Church groups have done that. Faith groups have done that. Even some of the larger groups, Rotary, are starting to have that discussion. And sponsorship agreement holders, churches within the city are doing that. So we had an overwhelming response from people to sponsor as groups. Not who is the government bringing to our community. It was, how can we sponsor a family and support them? And they've got the finances and they've got everything in order already. And it was incredible. So that tells me that this is a very welcoming and a very compassionate community. So the conversations that we'd like to have and the things that we'd like to ask you to do are based on those same sorts of ideas of how can we do this? How can we support the groups that will be bringing folks in? How can we help professionals? How can we connect people together? What little pieces of our daily lives can we think about this and start to act on it? We've seen a bit of a backlash over the last few months about the refugee situation, but I don't think we'll be seeing huge numbers of refugees arriving. I don't think that our government can get that together quick enough. So we've seen the stories of newcomers and what they've faced. We've seen how the refugee process works. It's not a 2-month process. It's a 4-year process. It's a 30-year process, we saw. It takes many, many years for this to happen. But once people arrive, we want to keep them here and we want to make them feel welcome. So we have a job to enlighten our community about how that process happens, but then we want some of the ideas that you might have. We don't profess to know everything about how to welcome someone or what to do in a neighborhood or what's worked. And every time we hear from newcomers, we think, okay, that's something to work on. That's something to focus on. So we'd like to know from you what you think is appropriate and what you think a community can do, whether it's government, agency, personal, neighborhood, church group, you name it. And then to make an action plan out of that. Our local immigration partnership is agencies that come together, individuals that come together, levels of government that come together, educational institutions, you name it. We're all at the table, but we also want the community's involvement in this. Canada admits almost 200,000 newcomers in a year. And in Thunder Bay, we might see 400 of those. And we'd like to increase that. We'd like to do more recruitment. So let's help debunk the myths. Michelle's going to give us the instructions of how we're going to create groups here. The 3 questions are on the piece of paper in your package. But I'd like you to also think outside of those questions if you have ideas. If you have ideas for a specific welcoming strategy, something that you'd like to do, something that you know about from somewhere else, let us know. And then work together on how we can start to implement some of these things.
So could we get to groups? Most of you could just maybe turn your chair around. Groups of 8, maybe? Or
And we would invite our newcomer panel that's here to kind of separate and merge into different groups. So I'll come move you around. And our Francophone community, for the Francophone Advantage, can just position themselves in the different groups. So, and we will give about, well, let's start on the first question and we'll see how people are working along, and then we'll, now there's flip charts so that you have the questions, you can make your own notes on your sheet, but if you can have one recorder in your group, and we can put them on the flip chart paper that I have at the end of the table. Okay? Is that clear or am I confused? Okay. Yes, and at the end we'll come together and you'll have one person that will speak on behalf of your group and let us know what you came up with at your table.
Michelle, I'm just wondering, when you were talking, just sort of clarify, when newcomers are coming connected with Thunder Bay, how do they know to go to the Multicultural Association? What's that pathway that they're currently using? Like, how do they become connected initially with the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association? Or is that the first, or not necessarily?
That might be exactly the first question that we answer. It's in the airport, in every way, shape, and form that we can possibly get the word out, we have. Most often we'll find that newcomers say it's word of mouth. It's from an agency, it's from the first place they stopped, it's from when they, and it will be searched online, and you know, our aim is to be the first thing that comes up in a Google search. And what we found actually is we're the first name that comes up across Canada in a Google search, so we get calls from all over the world. And they say, oh, you're the only one that shows up on a search for immigrant services in Canada, which is kind of interesting to us. But within the community, if people are looking and asking, we so want to increase our reach and expand that. So there are any ways, anything that you can think of that we can, how to advertise, how to connect, how to promote what we do, and how to get newcomers in contact with us. We're very happy to hear about it because we're trying to do everything we possibly can without a huge promotion budget to be able to connect with people that are arriving. So any ideas are very much appreciated.
I would say 8. So, like, you guys in front can flip your table around. You got a group of 8 there. Those guys can flip the table, chairs around. Sorry, not tables, no flipping tables.
see on the piece of paper.
So
right? And I'm like, I worked with her at the breakfast program before they volunteer work, and I started to talk to her, and she was just like, she had this like really cool laugh. I thought she was terrible. So anyway, like, it was like, tough thing in a small yeah. They didn't have anyone else really. Like the community is just so happy to have another family and just come here, come there, do this, do that. And I'm like, I understand what you're saying. But anyway, it's good that his families have been there for so long. They must like they must be very kind. But it was hard not having them. Do you have other practice?
action items coming out of these discussions, I hope. So let's get it, well, pick the politicians' table. Some are still writing. Okay, well, let's start with, I'd like to see what Yulie and Frank and that group came up with over there for question number 1. What does welcoming look like right now in Northwestern Ontario from your agency or personal perspective?
I can't use my ears.
Okay, we had a fantastic group that we were working with. What we've got is currently LU and the college and like the Multicultural Association, they meet their students or newcomers at the airport. There's usually information at the airport for them to contact somehow to get hold of assistance. Word of mouth, sponsoring agencies will give, contact information to these newcomers. That was for our number 1. Do you want us to go on to number 2? No, just.
Whatever people have had. You guys want to share? All right.
We sort of did ours a little bit, mixed everything together, so it's a little bit all over the place. But I understand there's an electronic guide at the airport that you can access some of the services and amenities in Thunder Bay. I've never used it myself, but apparently it exists. But one of the things we talked about was actually needing a physical person to be there, an information person to meet people at the airport, as sometimes that's the first point of entry. There's currently signage at the airport, and Cathy mentioned that with the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association, that there's signage there welcoming people. Michelle told us that they get notification from agencies if people are sponsored, so it gives them the opportunity to meet people at the airport. And then we sort of got into some of the issues that need to sort of be resolved. So I don't know if that's the place for it right now.
Anyway, quickly then, without repeating, you've got, anything new? We talked about the Northwestern Ontario Immigration Portal and how important it is for churches and sponsoring organizations to connect with the Multicultural Association.
Thank you. This group here, you're number 1. Do you have anything that we haven't already touched on? Oh.
Okay, so it does look like we touched on some of them, but we talked about the key locations, advertising. So like was mentioned over there at the college and university, when we meet the students, we give them the information about TVMA, the importance of mentoring programs and support groups, using social media as a tool to connect people with all the different services in Thunder Bay, partnerships with community partners like land and support programs, creating connections and refugee programs as well.
You don't want to miss this group up here. Anything different or new to add to your number 1?
No, it should be good. So one of the big things for our group was connecting people, so making sure that resources are shared, that networks are being made, and people are really connecting. So sometimes there's a bit of a disconnect between different organizations or newcomers. People have a lot of trouble finding jobs. And so jobs and education were really key, valuing people and giving them a reason to stay. So valuing people and giving people a reason to stay. And then where would our group like to be 5 years from now?
Maybe it's
one-stop shop, so pool, sharing resources. It's kind of like a central planning, something that could do resume building, interview skills, housing, mentoring, similar to what happens in Ottawa, although obviously tailored to Thunder Bay. Yeah, so that was the big thing, is building more connections and pooling resources.
Okay. Anybody want? Can I just add something? Yeah. I just wanted to add, we didn't talk about this in our group, but it's one of the things that I feel very strongly about. Walleye Magazine, I don't know how many people are familiar with it, but it has a list of all the events that happen in Thunder Bay. It showcases new businesses. It talks about all the things in Thunder Bay that are new and exciting and different and well-established businesses. So I know that's been a huge help for me coming back to Thunder Bay from Ottawa and just sort of getting a sense of what the community is up to now.
Anything for your number 2 from that table that you want to share?
For the number 2, we had a couple of extra ones. We had technology at the airport and the bus stations. Like, in 5 years, there could be, you might just walk up there and push a screen and get connected to everything. The 211 for assistance, to be able to use that, because they're on 24/7. And Google Translator, because you can speak in any of the languages and stuff on there.
Yeah. Here's Paul. We're working on that machine, right? Here we go. They had mentioned the machine at the airport. We have a machine that we're trying to figure out how to make it usable at the airport. We haven't taken it apart yet, but we're getting there. Ready for adding to number 2? Wasn't already mentioned? Starting with the education system, there was a good point that not everybody flies into Thunder Bay, so some people actually will drive in, and we actually connect with those people in the port of entry of Thunder Bay, so maybe the visitor center is having more immigration information. About the market for the CDMA presence, so getting the information of what CDMA entries for newcomers out to all the different points that newcomers come to. Setting up partnerships with the health clinic, City of Thunder Bay. I know like at the college we have a handbook for students, so like we have typical things like getting cell phones, getting a SIN number, if you're traveling with family, what can they do, visiting to the US, things that we get asked like 100 times a day. We have a whole handbook we just give to the students when they come. So something like that for all newcomers. And yeah, looks like all this stuff. And then networking group, not only for newcomers, but for their families as well. And maybe like separate groups for children to connect with other children and adults and families. Very excellent. We're putting in the battery. Anything else to add to number 2 that wasn't touched on? I couldn't hear it. Well, let's hear what you got. Maybe
Just a couple of things is that we have to, for 5 years from now, we would want to see that all immigrants that come to Thunder Bay would be able to obtain jobs. There would be better linkages between the groups that are sponsors and the Multicultural Association. And we have to really thanks very much, Michelle. We have to look very seriously at how we sustain the Multicultural Association. Government does not have a lot of money, no matter what level of government you're at. So how do we sustain the Multicultural Association, which we feel very strongly is the organization that should do the work in welcoming, etc. The other thing we look at is a stronger folklore festival that we have, and use that as an educational opportunity to be able to provide education to the larger community about immigrants coming to our community. The city hosts, I know Councillor Cooley is here, at least I saw him, so I put this down because he and I will have a talk about this. But anyway, that we have a annual welcoming lunch or something to all new immigrants that have come into our community in a given year. And that churches, because churches are quite often the sponsors, so what are we doing to make sure that churches are well informed about immigrants and how can they help with the sponsorship?
Okay. You want to look into number 3 since you're already Michelle, you have stuff to add? Oh, okay.
how to get a cell phone, that type of thing.
Can we get people using the microphone so we can't hear?
I'll just stand out. Yeah, I'll talk louder. So yeah, a better asset map so that everybody understands. So developing an asset map so that we have a better sense of what's out in the community, what the organizations are and what they do. Also creating ambassadors for Thunder Bay. So the people who live here, really encouraging them to sell Thunder Bay to newcomers. And it's something that we really lack in, being able to connect with people outside of the city and to welcome people to the city, knowing what we have to offer. I know a lot of people travel, and obviously there's been some connections made where people sell Thunder Bay, and that's a fantastic thing. We talked a little bit about educating children to accept other children, so having different school lunches or having different home values where they have to actually explain to their classmates that things are not the same at their house or that they eat a different type of food, and having teachers and support systems support that whole idea so that children can express themselves and explain why they're different. And having a better understanding, I think, of the current mix of population in Thunder Bay, and realizing that there are people here that are newcomers and that there are different group mixes, and maybe how can we help those particular groups. And understanding the sponsorship process was the other piece, because I know I personally don't understand much about the sponsorship process and how it works, and where I can be of value to actually jump in and start to help. It can be very intimidating sometimes to think about how can I reach out if I don't feel comfortable being a professional mentor, or I don't speak another language. So what can I do to actually help?
All right, anybody have any more to add? We're at question 3. That wasn't mentioned?
Yeah, we had a couple of extra ones for number 3 here. We talked about, I guess it sort of ties in with those lunches. I think that's a fabulous idea, Rebecca. Welcome sessions. So to have these sessions here with and show them lifestyle changes, we could have some clubs, introduce them to the different clubs in the city. They could make friends and do some networking. The assistance recertification. We heard about a number of the professionals that get bogged down trying to get recertified. It's to the point where they have to take the degree over again. Now that's just kind of ludicrous, because these are skilled, intelligent people who worked hard in the first place to become doctors and engineers, etc. So there's got to be some way around that a little bit. We talked about, and this was sort of Frank and maybe involves Rebecca too, being on city council, is to give a free cell phone, one of those pay-as-you-go ones, because a lot of them, when they get here, they can't get a cell phone because, well, they go to T-Big-Tel, but they don't have like a permanent address, a previous phone bill. Like, how do you go about getting a cell phone? And to look for jobs, etc. And we also talked about the job fairs and definitely the Multicultural Association supporting them to help them keep going with their mission.
Anything to add to number 3, guys? That hasn't already been touched on?
Any airport sign?
another point that was made at this table that I don't think was touched upon, and I don't know what you call it, it's integration between provincial and federal governments in terms of employment in Northern Ontario. When developing a strategic plan for the first arrival of Canadians in the next 5 years. So how do you make that happen? And that requires research, best practices, and really talking to new arrivals to Canada in terms of their experiences and how to make that better. So those were the things that came out. But I really think it's important to engage employers. I don't know how many employers are here around this table. There's a few.
There's a few, but not enough.
Will these notes all come back to us, like all the stuff?
They will be all recorded and put into a summary and sent out to everybody. Our folks in the region that weren't able to be here, they have these sheets in their inboxes, and they're going to work on them and send them in. So we'll have a collaborative effort, even for those that aren't here, that are participating today. Okay? So I think the lunch is almost ready. We're going to go into lunch. Our keynote has landed and has arrived. So that is wonderful. So we're going to try to keep the day moving as fast as possible. With that said, we're going to have lunch, and then as soon as it settles a bit, we'll get our keynotes in here and keep the day flowing. Okay? And I thank you all for participating and working in your groups and, just coming today and being part of the conversation. Let's keep the conversation going, okay, after we leave here today. Oh, okay. And of course, Thunder Bay Multicultural is always open to answer any questions that you need clarification on today. Here. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, keep it
This
casual.
mic is for the camera, so it doesn't have to move. It's got a span.
So you don't mind
This
if
is
I'm
the
over
one.
here clicking away?
No, this one is
Cathy Murphy is the inaugural director of the Irish Canadian Immigration Centre and the Director of Communications for the Ireland Canada Chamber of Commerce, Toronto. She has been a guest speaker for the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, the Ireland Canada Business Gathering Dublin, Harbourfront World Stage, the European Union Film Festival, and Lifelong Learning, and has been featured on RT Nationwide and RT Morning Ireland. In addition, Cathy has addressed the Sinead Éireann Government of Ireland and interviewed award-winning author Roddy Doyle. She also wrote and broadcast an original work on CBC Radio. Cathy regularly visits new Irish immigrant communities across Canada to gather information on settlement and temporary foreign worker concerns, and advises immigration lawyers regarding advocacy for temporary foreign workers. She contributed to the Irish Abroad Diaspora Policy Review, the National Youth Council Ireland Report, the University College Dublin Research Report supporting the next generation of Irish diaspora, and the inaugural Global Irish Civic Forum where she was a guest speaker. She was awarded the 2013 title Irish Canadian Nation Builder and currently sits on the Board of Directors of the European Chamber of Commerce, Toronto. Please welcome Cathy Murphy.
Good afternoon. My flight literally landed, I think, about 45 minutes ago, so I'm delighted to be here, and thank you for the warm welcome. In the time that we're going to share together, I would like to share with you some of my experiences of working with the young Irish who've come to Canada. And I know it's a very specific cultural sector, but I hope some of the insights gleaned might transfer to other sectors of the immigrant population. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of Irish immigration to Canada. And then I'll focus on the critical paths that the young Irish have to take if they wish to come to Canada to work. And we'll map out some of the current trends, where they're going in Canada, what kind of skill sets they're bringing with them, and what some of the barriers to settlement are. And then I'll wrap up with just reviewing a brief overview of the Irish economy compared to the Canadian economy and what's bringing the young Irish here. And then, of course, we can have a question and answer and a little discussion if you should wish. So, thank you so much for the slides. Let's get started. So, the Irish Canadian Immigration Centre opened its doors in January of 2009. So, we're just finishing off our 4th year in operations. And we opened our doors as a direct response to the economic downturn in Ireland, what you probably know as the fall and crash of the Celtic Tiger, the mighty Celtic Tiger. And so at that time, in particular in the Toronto Irish community organizations were seeing a real surge in numbers of young Irish, 18 to 35 years of age, arriving in Ontario looking for work. And these community organizations, because they were staffed by volunteers working only on weekends and evenings, they found that they couldn't respond to this critical mass. So they lobbied the Irish government through the Department of Foreign Affairs at the Embassy of Ireland in Ottawa, and they were able to get a startup grant from the Department of Foreign Affairs Dublin through the Immigrant Support Program, and hence we opened our doors. We're a national centre. Our offices are in Toronto, but we travel frequently across Canada to meet with the Irish immigrant communities to serve their needs. So I think next slide, please. So I hope you can see those slides. I realize it's a very bright room. But this is a photo of the Minister for the Diaspora Affairs, Ireland. And I wanted to put it up there because you might think it's unusual that the government of Ireland would fund a centre like ours. In fact, we get 90% of our funding through the government of Ireland, and the rest is through corporate sponsorships and fundraisers. But Ireland, next to India, has one of the most robust and vibrant diaspora programs in the world. So it's not unusual at all that we would have an Irish Immigration Centre in Canada funded by the government of Ireland. They're very interested in having a rich relationship with their diaspora. In Ireland, 1 in 6 of the population who were Irish born are now living abroad. So the Irish government sees this as a key aspect of its trades, imports, exports, encouraging direct foreign investment in Ireland. So they keep real tabs on their diaspora and invest in them greatly. In fact, in 2016, the government of Ireland, through the Department of Foreign Affairs, has committed 11.6 million euros to its diaspora program, which means funding centres like our centre here in Canada and also centres across the globe. They actually fund over 26 centres across North America, Australia, the UK, and other parts of Europe. So very interesting. So that's Minister of Diaspora Affairs, Jimmy Dinahan. All right. So I'd like to talk briefly about Irish immigration to Canada. Some of you may be familiar with some of the waves. There are about 4 basic waves of Irish immigration to Canada. The first goes way, way back with the early settlers from what we know as the United Kingdom. And the Irish came from Waterford in great droves to fish off the coast of Newfoundland. So if you go to Newfoundland now, it's actually an anthropologist's dream because you get people who are more Irish than the Irish. We have these dialects in Newfoundland that have been completely untouched for over 300 years, whereas the Irish in Ireland have had the benefit of lots of different Europeans coming in. So it's quite fascinating to us who have family in Ireland to go to Newfoundland. So that's the first wave, the fishermen coming over. The second wave would be the Great Famine on Gortimore, which many of you probably are familiar with, and that happened in 1847 in Ireland. So that marked some of the first refugees who came to Canada. And in fact, even before the first potato rotted in the soil in Ireland, there were already over 450,000 Irish migrants who had come to Canada. But when the Great Hunger happened, we saw boatloads and boatloads coming. They called them the coffin ships. And so they arrived in the critical summer of 1847, known as Black 47. Thank you. I think we'll go to the next slide there. These are statues that mark the great exodus from Ireland. They're called the Departure, and they are famine statues that are placed on the quays in Dublin, and they are facing outwards to the Irish Sea. They're called the Departure. And then if we go to the next slide, this is called the Arrival, and there are 6 sister statues that mark the 7 people who left. Significantly, 6 statues to represent the people who died on the coffin ships and didn't make it here. So this is the Arrival, and this is in Toronto at Ireland Park at Erin Quay in Toronto. Most of the Irish who came in 1847, if they survived the crossing of the coffin ships, if they survived the quarantine at Gros-Île just outside Quebec, and then if they made it to the ports of Montreal, they then boarded steamships and made their way up the St. Lawrence River to Toronto and then moved into the interior of Ontario in great, great numbers. In 1847, the population of Toronto was just 20,000, and yet 38,000 Irish refugees arrived. So it was quite significant and shocking, not just for Toronto, but for all of Ontario. About 1,100 died, and as I said, the rest made their way into the interior. Most left Toronto and settled Peterborough and Hamilton and lots of other communities too. I'm sure a few even made it up here to Thunder Bay. So that was the second wave. The third wave of Irish immigration to Canada was economic, and it happened between 1950 and 1980 as Ireland was making its way in the world in the 20th century, struggling to move from a second world nation to a first world nation, very high unemployment in the 50s, so many, many came, a little bit in the 70s, and then we saw many come from the northern part of the island, from Northern Ireland, because of the Troubles and the war in Northern Ireland. And then it really, really tapered off until the crash of the Celtic Tiger, which we'll talk about briefly now. So in the 90s and in the early 2000s, Ireland was soaring, and even as recently as 2007, it was actually seen as an economic leader. It had had at least 15 years of really high growth, low unemployment, tons of budget surpluses, but it was very, very poorly managed. We all read about the global economic crisis, and I think outside of America and now Greece, I mean, Ireland got the most publicity of doing such a terrible job in terms of its housing bubble that then burst, and its very, very poorly managed banks. So we had the banking crisis as well. So in 2008, everything went into the toilet for Ireland, and hence here we are in this fourth wave of Irish immigration to Canada, and hence why we opened our doors and the reason I have my job. So what I'd like to talk about now is how the young Irish are getting here. And do we have employers, local employers in the room? Or we do? Okay. So some of you may be familiar with the critical paths that new immigrants from any world nation have to take. I'm particularly familiar, obviously, with the path that the Irish take. So some of you might be aware of the International Youth Mobility Program, the IEC Canada program. There is a working holiday visa for young kids from many world nations. It's a reciprocal program, so Canadian youth can go and work in some of these nations, and then foreign or international youth can come and work here. Now look, there's various uptake. I'm not going to lie to you. Apparently there's quite a lot of uptake between Quebec and France. there have not been a lot of Canadian youth who have recently gone to Ireland. Ireland couldn't support it. There was too much unemployment. So this program has pros and cons, most definitely, for us in Canada, but that's how most of the international youth coming to Canada these days is coming, and the Irish are no different. And we've seen a massive surge, if you can see this graph here. So in 2009, there were just 2,500 Irish coming on this International Youth Mobility Program, and last year, close to 10,000 came. There's actually 10,700 visas allotted for the Irish-Canadian exchange. About 7,500 took those up on the International Experience Canada Working Holiday Visa, which is an open work permit. There are two other streams of that program. One requires you to have arranged employment before you come, and one is an international co-op, so those are not quite as popular. So most of the young Irish up to the age of 35 are coming on the IEC. After that, if they're over 35 or if they've already had their International Experience Canada visa, they are coming on the Labour Market Impact Assessment, which I'm going to guess most people in the room are aware of. Just very, very briefly, it would mean that a Canadian employer would have to prove to the Canadian government that there was no Canadian for the job, at least in that geographical area. So we have seen a number come on that work permit. And then finally, we see a very small number who come with their permanent residency already in place, but that's a very small number under the former temporary foreign worker program, now the express entry program, skilled worker. Alrighty, so let's go on to our next slide. I guess the big question in terms of the current critical path, the International Experience Canada program, would be, can we expect to see this continue? So we have this new government being sworn in, and the Liberals have made some very significant promises, campaign promises around immigration. One was to bring in a more compassionate immigration process and to speed up processing times, which is terrific for those coming in. And then they are, I think appropriately, also going to take a good hard look at what it's like for those of us here who are receiving these temporary foreign workers. So they have committed to having a good look at the Labour Market Impact Assessment Program, and that they're also going to review the International Youth Mobility Program, and in particular they're going to make sure that communities know exactly how many jobs were given to international youth to make sure that the people in the community, that those jobs have gone to Canadian youth first. So I think it's a very balanced methodology, right or wrong. I mean, it's going to affect the Irish, and it's going to affect lots of other international youth who want to come and work here, but so be it. But I do think we may see a big difference in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of how many young international foreign workers will be able to come to Canada. Thank you. These are our metrics, just to give you, I won't go into numbers too much here, but just to give you an idea of how we have seen things grow. In 2012, we had just 2,000 likes on our Facebook page, and now we have 7,800, and I think 7,800. And in our first year in operations, we answered 7,400 emails, and last year it was 20,000. That has more to do with me than you. But so we really have seen this massive uptake of the young people coming, and I think we've plateaued. And it will probably stay there for a while, and then potentially as Ireland gets stronger in terms of its economy, we may see it start to taper off a little bit more. So let's talk briefly about where they're coming when they come. I think for those of you in the room who are employers and who might be interested in recruitment, this is significant. So in the last 4 years, since we opened our doors, these masses of young people who are coming, nobody wants to hear this. They've mostly come to Toronto to start. And then if they struggled there, they've moved on. But Toronto is well branded internationally, financial hub, and there was, until recently, a crane on every corner, and we certainly see a lot of skilled tradespeople coming. So many would start in Toronto. Then we have seen them, understandably, move west. Many went to Saskatchewan, but now there has been tapering off there. We've seen a lot of people laid off in the potash sector, and the residential construction has really slowed down in Regina, for example. So we're seeing less and less go to Saskatchewan. You can imagine we saw tons and tons go to Fort McMurray in Alberta. And while that has changed significantly, we're still seeing a number go to Edmonton. Because of the civil service sector there, there's certainly a trickle-down effect in terms of construction, again, residential construction, and in terms of the service sector. So many have been very successful in Edmonton. Calgary, it's tapering off. And then we see quite a few go to Vancouver, and let's face it, that's for the lifestyle. So we are predicting some projected shifts. Northern Ontario is obviously one of them. We are certainly making sure that our clients are aware of the opportunities up here. One of the reasons I'm here today is to be able to talk with some of you to find out what those opportunities might be. And we also expect to see a lot go to northern British Columbia in the coming months and years. The recruitment is starting there for the LNG industry, and apparently there's going to be a real economic bonanza out there, and they're expecting quite a lot of exports. So there may be international recruitment there. So right now we're shining a spotlight on Northern Ontario and Northern BC, so we'll see. Thank you. That's difficult to see, but it's just a few young Irish. In terms of who's coming, and this may be of interest to you depending on what you're looking to recruit, we mostly see 4 sectors. We see those in the skilled trades, so lots of carpenters, plumbers, millwrights, and welders. We also see a number of engineers and project managers. Outside of that, it would mostly be one of 2 sectors. It would be the financial sector. Believe it or not, despite the banking crisis, Ireland did turn out some very savvy young bankers. And we see a number of people in the IT sector. Now, that's not to say we don't see nurses, psychiatrists, anything you can imagine like any other world nation. But those are the main areas that we're seeing. So if you do have any opportunities in those sectors in particular, I'd be very interested in speaking with you. So the big question is, once, at least that employers ask us, is if they come, do they stay? So you're an employer, perhaps you invest in someone, you train them, they're here on their open work permit, you've given a lot and you hope that perhaps they'll stay and settle. And in terms of our constituents, are they staying? And the answer would be yes, the short answer. Of course, some are going home, some are going on their international journeys, a lot from the UK, a lot from Australia, but a huge number are staying, and in the last 5 or 6 years, about 3,200 Irish nationals have become permanent residents in Canada. Now, to us, that might sound very small, but there's only 5 million people on the island of Ireland, so it's a really, really significant number. And if we go to the next slide, we can see that those who have applied and been successful in achieving their permanent residency from Ireland in the last few years, it's more than quintuple, from about 405 years ago to just about 2,000 last year. And we look at this next slide. Significantly, CIC ranked the Irish applicants as 4th in terms of those having success in being selected for express entry. So I know CIC is going to talk this afternoon, and I imagine most of you are really familiar with express entry. But under the new program, it's not first come, first served anymore. You have to get in that pool and you have to swim around as fast as you can and hope you have enough points to be selected. So I think what it tells us about Irish ranking 4th would be the number of Irish who are so very interested. So there's tons in the pool, they're applying, lucky for them, the points are high enough and they're getting selected. So right now the trend shows us that they're applying, they're staying, they want to settle for now. Thank you. In terms of those who are still in Ireland, do they still want to come? This is a report from the Irish Research Council from 2013, and they surveyed a number of young Irish at a Working Abroad Expo, where there were a bunch of recruitment experts there. And they asked them, where are you going to go if you are lucky enough? Where is your first destination? Where do you want to go to? And Canada ranked number 1. Before that, the UK, specifically London and Australia, had ranked. But this is where we were in 2013, and actually the numbers have shown the same in the last year as well. So certainly, Ireland continues to shine a spotlight on Canada. The big thing that the kids in Ireland are up against is the economy. So in terms of whether or not we can project, will they continue to come, what do the next few years look like? I was just talking to CBC before I started chatting with you here today. They're all looking at unemployment. So yes, do I want to leave? Do I want to stay? They ask themselves questions. Do I want to raise my kids in Canada? Questions I think you can imagine any new immigrant would ask him or herself. Are my parents aging? Should I go home because of that? But primarily, it's the economy. They want jobs and they want opportunity. So Ireland's economy is growing. They are starting to recover from the crash. Unemployment is at 10%. It's high, but at the crash, at the outset of the crash, it was at 15%. Significantly, youth unemployment is still very, very high. It was at 24%. It's now dropped to 17.5% in the last quarter. Still very, very high. So that means that they're still looking outward. They're still looking for somewhere where there's a stable economy. And despite the fact that the economy in Ireland is definitely hot and growing, that growth is focused primarily on Dublin. There hasn't been a trickle-up effect. And interestingly, there's a housing crisis in Dublin. Prices have gone sky high. We're in another bubble. Young families can't get houses in Dublin, and if they move out of Dublin, they can't get work. So here we go again. It feels like a bit of a repeat. So potentially, if things sort of stay where they are, and if our economy here in Canada can weather out this incoming storm, then we may continue to see great interest from the young Irish. There's an Irish economist by the name of David Williams, and he was in Toronto a few weeks ago, and he said that Canada is the most attractive country in the world to which to emigrate. So if those are the kind of things that Irish economists are saying right now, I think it's significant that we listen. So I'd just like to talk very briefly before we have questions here, please, about the near-term outlook, which I think I've sort of covered just there. The Canada stuff, you know. Ireland, there's robust growth. They are still coping, though, with the legacy of austerity and the debt crisis. So it remains to be seen if they will continue to look outward to Canada, and I suppose it remains to be seen if Canada will continue to look back. So let's chat. Other questions, conversations, comments?
I think as a community, one of the things, I work in employment, that, all right, so one of the things that I find working in Thunder Bay as an employment counselor, we're seeing an aging population, and many of my employers are very frustrated with the fact they can't find people to work. At the present moment, I have quite a few employment opportunities that I can't fill because we don't have the skills, abilities of those individuals looking for work. Those, I think we saturated the market with those that are really ready for work or in the workplace. And we need to look at outsourced or opportunities where individuals could come into our community to fill those jobs. We're finding restaurants in our communities closing early. We're finding that businesses are working weekends because they can't get their staff. They're closing. Construction companies are shutting down at 4 in the afternoon because they can't get enough guys to work till later in the day. It's frustrating for an employment counselor like myself to find the staffing when you get closer to 6 months and not getting applications. So we work with the CBC and a number of our community partners to find people. And maybe this is an avenue to fill those recruitment needs. Because I can tell you, if you talk to the employers in the community, they're really frustrated with the fact that they can't find people.
That's so interesting to me. So I was talking to the gentleman, the taxi driver who collected at the airport today. He was saying that the unemployment is about 5% here, which is probably extraordinary. But it does present a whole new problem, so I do understand that. It's, we don't place our constituents, our clients in employment. We act as a portal. We're a first port of call. They come to give them information on work permits. But it is our job to make sure that they know what sectors are hot and geographically where in the country they might go for work. So have already been working with a number of your colleagues about getting the word out to the Irish who are coming over that there are many opportunities in Thunder Bay. But if anybody has other ideas of how to do that or would like to partner or stay in touch, we'd be very interested in having that conversation with you. We're very active on social media because our constituents are young, so obviously Facebook, Twitter, we have a very small jobs website where we can post for free. All of those are the best ways for us to reach out to young ones coming in, but I think there's a real opportunity here. Anybody else? I thought that there was another over here, but perhaps. Yes. Well, let's make sure everybody can hear.
Just in terms of the mining sector, right now we're seeing a number of shortages with industrial electricians, heavy-duty mechanics, one exactly spoke about the trucking industry. There's a lot of sectors that have been shortage, but pretty skilled trades, engineers with experience, mining engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers, are certainly a number of just wonder if you it's more of an observational piece of comments on that. I know we decided to know more about that. Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, in terms of their experiences coming into Canada and starting fresh in terms of their school trip?
I'm so glad you asked that question. Thank you. I actually meant to address that in terms of barriers to settlement. So the short answer is yes, if they have a trade certificate from Ireland, they do integrate fairly seamlessly. There's more of an issue when it comes to permanent residency because Express Entry, they've only rated the red seal. For those of you who don't know, the red seal would be the trade stamp, an international form where it's taken to get their full recognition. So red seal is only weighted at 50 points, which is so very low, whereas an honors degree is rated much closer to 100 points, even though it takes 4 years to become an expert in the trade. So they're coming, but they are finding it very hard to stay unless they have a labor market impact assessment and they can get those extra points under Express Entry. So that's a serious issue. In terms of being able to do the jobs, it seems to be fairly seamless. Maybe with some heavy equipment operators, they would need specific training on whatever machinery they need to be operating in your particular lines, but yeah, their skills transferability seems to be just fine. Does the Canadian government want them to stay? And it's fairly elitist. I'm in the East Business Studies, so if there are any employers who would like to chat, or anybody in the room who has insights that they might like to share, or things that you might be able to partner on, or sharing best practices, very, very open to that. I'm not sure what time it is, but I think we're over this time. Are we okay, Michelle? Okay, well, if no more questions, perhaps we can talk on one or two at a time. Thank you so much for your time.
So on behalf of everyone, thank you for coming to Thunder Bay.
Pleasure.
A little bit from us.
Thank you. You're very, very kind. Should I open it?
Sure.
Oh, that's beautiful. We can put that in our office. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cathy. That was very informative. And I know we'll have some follow-up.
Okay, we will quickly move on to our next session. We'll take 5 minutes, give Allison time to set up, and we'll keep the forum going today. You have a PowerPoint? No?
tiny little lens. It doesn't take much.
She has her own.
Perfect.
I have it. Thank you for offering, though. You're very kind.
And you'll introduce yourself, yes?
Yeah, sure.
'Cause I don't have a bio for you. Citizenship, Immigration, Canada.
Employer liaison officer.
Employment liaison officer.
Employer liaison officer. Give the impression we're helping everybody who's looking for a job.
I know. Okay, if everybody will settle back in, we'll get ready to continue today. Because I know Christian asked for extra time in his presentation. So I'm trying to stay on track here. Okay, so our next speaker is Alison Corbett, and she's our employer liaison from Citizenship and Immigration Canada. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Cathy and Michelle for inviting me and for also making sure that I understood the importance of this group and being available for this forum. My colleague Paul was here last week speaking at Lakehead University, and we weren't sure we were going to be able to manage 2 trips to Thunder Bay in 2 weeks. And so I'm very glad to be able to be here with you today, and thank you for impressing upon us the importance of being here. As Michelle said, my name is Alison Corbett. I am a Foreign Service Officer. I've been working with Citizenship and Immigration Canada for 12 years. And most of those 12 years I've spent overseas processing visa applications. Citizenship and Immigration Canada, I don't really have any slides on it. So Citizenship and Immigration Canada launched Express Entry January of 2015, as many of you will be aware. And along with the launch of the system, they decided to have a number of officers placed across Canada who would be able to support the employer community in Canada and connect them with the ways Express Entry can serve employers' needs. So there are 6 of us across Canada. We're based in Halifax, Vancouver, Winnipeg, Calgary, and there's 2 of us in Toronto. And our mandate is employer liaison, so we are here to speak with the stakeholder community where there are needs in the labor market. And so it's been very interesting to be here this morning and hear some of the discussion. I'm very sorry I missed the opening panel this morning. As an immigration officer, you see a lot of visa applications come across your desk. You don't often see the results of what happens once those visas are issued. And so I'm sorry to have missed your opening panel. I hear they were fantastic. So let's get right down to business. Before I start, can I ask how many people through any various methods have had contact with Express Entry since its launch in January? Okay. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to do a bit about the background, talk about the mechanics of the system and how it works. The system works through something called the comprehensive ranking system, which is effectively a scoring system. I'll tell you a little bit about that. The invitation to apply process. I have several slides on what employers need to know, and they'll talk about employers available to resources and to employers and other stakeholders. So the main and most important message that we bring is that Express Entry is not a new immigration program. It is an application management system, and it is a system we're using as a first point of entry into all of our federal economic immigration programs. So Express Entry manages the existing federal skilled worker, federal skilled trades, Canadian experience class, and it also manages a small portion of your provincial nominee program. So why this new system? So if you're an immigration officer sitting overseas, whether you're sitting in Guatemala City or in Hong Kong, before Express Entry, somebody brought you a pile of applications and you started at the top, and the top application would have been the oldest, and you worked your way through during the course of your day to the one that was the newest. There was no way, even if I knew as an immigration officer or as a department, we knew that, for example, there was a need for, whether it be welders or architects somewhere in Canada, and we were screaming for them, we were not able to prioritize applications according to what the labor market required in Canada. And we knew that this was an issue, and so Express Entry is designed to create situations which produce good economic outcomes for immigrants. Instead of the first in, first out, the comprehensive ranking system, which we'll talk about in a minute, is designed to have people who have characteristics that will allow them to succeed in Canada, to float to the top of the pool, and be selected to immigrate to Canada. I'm sorry, I'm a bit right-leaning. If you guys feel neglected, you should move over this way. Express Entry applications, the department is committed to processing them in 6 months or less. And this is compared to before Express Entry skilled worker applications were taking a year to 2 years and sometimes longer to process. And this is an entirely electronic process. Our old applications were all paper-based. We're now able to say there's a visa office in Warsaw who have capacity to do extra applications, so we can actually send the applications to a different office, even though the paper application might originally have gone to Hong Kong. We can process them anywhere in the world, and that gives the department a lot of nimbleness in terms of its resources. So Express Entry is a two-step process. In step one, the candidate who is overseas or in Canada, perhaps on a work permit, enters into the Express Entry system and fills out their profile. They enter their biographic information, their work and language and education information, and if they are eligible for one of the existing immigration programs, that is to say, if they meet the eligibility criteria of the skilled worker, the skilled trades, or the Canadian experience class, they will then be entered into the Express Entry pool. If a candidate does not enter their Express Entry profile with a job offer, they are required to register in Job Bank. Job Bank is managed by ESDC, Employment and Social Development Canada, and it has been described, and you'll forgive me, as a bit of an employment dating service, where employers and employees are matched according to criteria that fit each other. So the Express Entry pool. So the candidate fills their Express Entry profile. If they meet the minimum criteria, they're entered into this pool. The reason I like this graphic is because it gives you an idea. So there is a big pool of applications. Right now we have about 55,000 applications floating around in the Express Entry pool. At that point, the system uses the information the candidate has supplied and ranks the candidate against all the other candidates in the pool. They are ranked based on their language ability, their work experience, their age, their education, a number of other factors, and are eligible for up to a maximum of 1,200 points. Those with the highest score will go to the top of that eligibility pool, and Citizenship and Immigration Canada on a regular basis goes into the pool and selects the highest ranked candidates and invites them to apply for permanent residence. I'm sorry, I have to stop for 1 minute. I absolutely forgot. Je suis très contente de voir que le Réseau du Nord est parmi vous. Et s'il y a parmi vous poser des questions en français, s'il vous plaît, faites-le. Je suis contente d'être là avec vous. Je suis désolée, j'ai complètement oublié de faire dans mon introduction l'introduction en français. So the comprehensive ranking system, again, 1,200 points are available. 500 of those are what we call human capital points, and that's the age, the education, the work experience. Skills transferability, 100 points, and that's where they we've done a lot of research on success in immigrant communities and what produces success. And so there are individual factors. For example, the easiest one is language. High ability in one of Canada's official languages produces good economic results in immigrants. So transferability means, for example, not just language, but if you have good language skills and you have strong overseas work experience, those two combined also make for good economic success in Canada. And so the transferability are points that recognize two factors that when they're combined with each other, have a good result. The other 600 points are for one of two things. One of them is a provincial nomination. I am not a provincial government employee. They're lovely people. If you'd like to know more about the provincial nominee program, I encourage you to speak with my counterparts at the Ontario Ministry of Citizenship, Immigration and International Trade. They're lovely. But I'm not going to speak too much about the provincial nominee program today. And the other way to get an extra 600 points is with a job offer that is supported by a labor market impact assessment. Show of hands, who's heard of the labor market impact assessment? So the labor market impact assessment is administered by the SEC, Employment Social Development Canada, and with the job offer that is supported by an LMIA, the candidate can have another 600 points. You will imagine with an additional 600 points, that candidate will float right to the top of the pool, and in the next round, they will be invited to apply for permanent residence. One of the things we asked our colleagues in Ottawa to prepare for us was some samples, so that we'd have examples for our audiences of who is getting what score in the pool. And so these are depersonalized examples that were taken out of the express entry pool so that you can see approximately what score people are getting for what particular skills. You've got a very healthy pool of international students here in Thunder Bay. So a recent graduate, for example, somebody who's single and 25 years old and has recently finished a master's degree from a Canadian university, who has good English language or French language skills, and has at least 1 year foreign work experience, will score 450 in the comprehensive ranking system. I'm not going to go through all of the examples. I heard somebody talking about the mining subsector, so I'm going to go straight to an electrician, for example, skilled trades. A single electrician who's 28 with a 2-year college diploma. The diploma must have its education credential assessment done in order to be recognized. A slightly lower language ability with 4 years of Canadian work experience, so they've been here working, and 2 years of foreign work experience with their certificate of qualification, 474 points. For your information, most of the last 10 rounds, the low score, so the last person to be invited was at 450. So this is to illustrate that it does not take a provincial nomination or a labor market impact assessment to be able to succeed in the express entry. People are succeeding without. A couple of points about the labor market impact assessment and the valid job offer. What's really important to all of us is that Canadians and permanent residents have the first opportunity to apply for jobs. I had a long chat with Cathy this morning, and we chatted last week as well about the difficulties in particular sectors. But the recruitment of Canadians and permanent residents is essential, and it's Employment and Social Development Canada's mandate is to ensure that Canadians are employed. And so their first objective is that. For employers who are unable to find a Canadian to fill those jobs, they can apply for a labor market impact assessment. If that LMIA is in support of a permanent resident application, the LMIA process is free, and it's a 10-day turnaround. 10 working days is how long they're taking to process those applications. Employers are required to advertise for 30 days. One of the places to advertise is on JobBank, which we discussed a minute ago. And after 30 days of advertising, employers will then have access to the express entry candidates. Once the LMIA has been awarded, the employer provides that information candidate enters it into their express entry profile. Their profile is awarded the additional 600 points, and their profile should float to the top of that pool and be invited to apply for permanent residence in the next round. Again, the permanent resident LMIE is free. It's a 10 working day turnaround. If, however, an employer decides they need somebody quickly to fill a position in an urgent way, there's something called the dual intent LMIA. That is to say, we need them now, so we're filling a temporary gap, but we're willing to have them stay permanently in Canada. For that process, the employer will pay the $1,000, which is the fee for the temporary labor market impact assessment. Same service standards, so it's a 10-day turnaround, and the person will arrive in Canada much more quickly. They need to have their express entry profile in the pool, and as soon as the labor market impact assessment is issued, the person can then apply the 600 points to their profile while they're working in Canada, and their permanent resident application will be processed while they're here. When the person is invited to apply, they have 60 days to complete and submit their permanent resident application. It's all online. The rounds are held approximately between 2 and 4 weeks. We just had round 19 on October 23rd. The department was committed to 15 to 25 rounds in 2015, and so we were well within that standard. A candidate's profile stays valid for 1 year, and it can be modified at any time. So if they obtain a degree, if they get married, if they improve their language ability, they can go in and modify their profile. For each round, CIC will publish the date of the round, the number of candidates who received an invitation to apply, and the lowest ranked candidate. So again, most of the last 7 or 8 rounds, the low score has been hovering around 450. So again, this is an online system. I have gone in, don't tell them, I have gone in and created an express entry profile for myself. So I can say that it is not, you won't tell anybody I said this. As with all government online systems, it's not an Apple app, do you know what I mean? But it's manageable. I've also gone in, don't tell ESDC, and created an employer profile. Again, both systems are manageable. They're not extremely lengthy, and both can be done probably within an hour when you have the information available in front of you. So a couple of statistics on where express entry is right now. So there are about 50,000 profiles currently in the pool. Of those, about 10,000 people have already been approved for permanent residence. Who are the candidates? A lot of them. 44% are skilled workers, and a lot are also in the Canadian experience class. And a lot of them are people who are already in Canada, and we know that. And those are people who are in Canada who already have an LMIA in support of a temporary resident application. And those people, I'm going to say editorially, that pool of people will shrink a little bit. That means that there will be more room for people who are overseas in coming rounds. So 2015 and 2016 are considered transition years for this system. Why is that? So the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration Canada, who we will find out who that is tomorrow, goes to Parliament every year and says, Parliament, this is how many people we're going to have immigrating to Canada in the coming year. And that number has to be met, and the department is committed to meeting it. And in 2015 and 2016, there are still applications in process that were in process before express entry was begun. Those applications have to be completed. And so while express entry is happening, the parallel is happening with pre-express entry applications. So it is up and running, the system is working, we understand there are some issues, and so I'm happy to hear about those when we're done. But it is a parallel program. Eventually, the applications that will be for express entry will run out. and express entry will be the only way to apply to Canada as an economic migrant. One of the, I'll come back to that. A couple of things about what employers need to know. If you are interested in connecting with international workers, the first thing, and it's not on this slide, is you need to try and recruit Canadians and permanent residents. There is no other path. And we could talk about that again. I've talked to Michelle about some of the frustrations local employers are having, so I understand that that is an issue. But there must be a 30-day advertising for Canadians and permanent residents, after which employers will have an opportunity to view the candidates for the express entry pool. And the only way to do that is by job bank. So as an employer, you go into job match and post your job notice. At the end of 30 days, you'll automatically be matched with job seekers who are in the express entry pool. And the other advantage to posting your job notice in job bank is it partially fulfills the requirements for the LMIA. If you do choose to give somebody a job offer in writing, please know that it must be continuous, paid, full-time employment, full-time in this case being a minimum of 30 hours a week. It must be permanent, and it must be in a skill O, A, or B, O being management, A being professional, B being technical. So express entry is only for permanent resident applications. It's not for temporary resident applications. The temporary worker program does still exist. Yes, there have been a number of modifications in the last couple of years, and those have been challenging for employers, and we understand that. Some of the resources that are available to you. Again, there are 6 of us sitting in different places across the country. We are available to come and speak to groups of employers. If you have challenges with the system, we would really like to hear about them. It is a new system. It has its good points and its bad points. And if there are some systematic issues that are being experienced by employers or by other stakeholders, we would be very pleased to hear about them. One of my job responsibilities is to act as a feedback loop and to hear the questions that people have, the concerns that people have, and bring them back to the center. We have great contacts at the SEC, and so we're able to talk to them about some of the frustrations people have with the LMIA process, and we've certainly done that already. And if you would like to reach one of us, Michelle and Cathy both have my email address. You're welcome to it. I don't have any business cards. I've only been doing this job for about 6 weeks, and they're still in order. Sorry. But you can reach us at eeengagement@cac.gc.ca and just say, please send this to Allison, and it'll get to me. If you're interested in hiring somebody and want to know whether an LMIA is necessary, this is for temporary workers. And that person is coming from, so we had Cathy speak about Ireland. If you're interested in having somebody come from a visa-exempt country, that is to say the UK, the US, Ireland, Belgium, Australia, you can ask for an opinion on whether an LMIA is necessary for the job that you're offering. There's 2 centers called International Mobility Worker Units. One of them is in Toronto, and they deal with everybody from Ontario West, and the other is in Montreal. They deal with everybody from Quebec East. So this, we call them IMWUs. If you would like an opinion, it's free. It's important for you to turn around and they will give you an opinion on, not a decision, but an opinion on whether an LMIA is necessary for your temporary foreign work permit application. Other resources, you can find some more information about express entry on the CSA website. There was a mid-year report published in July with all of the publishable statistics about express entry up to that point, which you can find on our website as well. And there's some frequently asked questions which may answer the questions you have on the system. That's what I have. I am very pleased to stand here for as long as you'd like and answer questions and take your concerns. And let me grab my notepad and my pen so that I can be sure to note down what people are asking. see the most applications coming from? It's the usual suspects. It's not published information, but I can say off the record. I guess it's not off the record. The places we see the most applications annually anyway are the same. So China and the Philippines and places like this have the highest number of applications so far. Yes.
A fellow institute consulting engineers and I've gone through a very frustrating process of applying for an LMIA for very, very qualified individuals who really need to come in to be the head of our business. The LMIA process is, depending on who you talk to, you have very, very different answers about that process. There's another process that I became aware of, which was the LMIA first went to the integrity office to ask us questions about a person who's on a former work permit with the company to see that we upheld our end of the bargain in terms of payment. I thought it was very unfair to the individual who's applying for the work permit with our company. But anyways, so be it. The issue is that we do about $6 million worth of business here in Thunder Bay, and without a hand for our business, why is there no special consideration given to people who are phenomenally talented and instilled into this region, and we have to go through the same process? Now, this individual already qualified for a work permit with another company out that's Irish, and we have to go through this entire process. It is so frustrating as an employer to try to attract people to this region, and we have to go through this type of process. I'm venting it, but it is very, very frustrating. You seem to be aware of these issues. What are you doing to solve these issues for companies? Because this isn't a person that's being hired as a $10 an hour, $11 an hour McDonald's person. We understand there are issues with the process, with companies taking advantage of the situation. But this is a bona fide employer in this region that brings hires employees in this region. And how does it really us to attract a person like this? By my guess, we actually made the offer in July. My belief is by maybe March, if I'm successful, I'm not even sure we're going to be successful, but by March, maybe after that, we may be able to hire a person. The person who's in charge of our business unit is retired in December. We can actually advertise for this position all over the world, including Canada, since the employer you cannot find anywhere. And the issue is that people have been able to hire on other companies, and it's not legal.
I am here to that. We'd like to know I'm here for that. I absolutely understand, and the 6 officers who have filled these employer liaison officer roles, and one of the things, we have a bi-weekly call for the 6 of us, and one of the things that we're doing is we're bringing issues back to the center to say, has anybody else heard this? And yes, we have heard similar issues and processes. We understand that the LMIA process, in some cases, has been challenging, and it's something that we have applied to the SEC. And it is also acknowledged that, and it's a conversation I had with Michelle earlier, that there is perhaps these regional challenges as well. To ask people to come away from other jobs to come to Thunder Bay may be something that is an issue. I am very happy to bring back to the SEC challenges of the process. So if you'd like to email us and sort of give me the details of that particular situation, I'm happy to send those in as a case example. One of the, you mentioned the abuses of the temporary foreign worker system. The reason there was need for reform, and there absolutely was need for reform, and some of the reports on the issue are quite damning. People were creating industries out of the fact that they could hire people for lower wages, and so there was absolutely need for oversight in that process and change in the process. In some cases, there are people who've been disadvantaged by the
recognize that. And that's not the intent. The integrity of the process is essential.
And then the other part of it is absolutely understand your point that you've made attempts have been made to recruit Canadians. It is a first and essential step. It has to be done, and if there were other steps in the process, unfortunately the timing has been poor for you. There are people who have success stories, and so I'm hoping that through the course of the next several months, the application process will be a success for you. I know I'm not answering your question. And I don't represent ESTC, I represent CIC. So I'm happy to take those comments back. But yeah, I can't speak for the ESTC. Other questions, comments?
My name is Paula Hoffman, I'm the Northwestern Ontario officer, community economic development officer for Réseau. I understand the question about the employer liaison network. I understand that it's available for employers who are able to offer permanent positions. So that means for 12 months or longer full time. But there are situations here that can't be helped. The Ontario government has tied hands. So we have employers, for example, in transport who cannot offer permanent positions. We'd love to, but can't because they don't qualify under the skilled trades programs that are stuff. And they have nowhere to turn to for help for these LMIAs. I believe I sent an email to you about this. I just want to know, is there any thing in the works to make this a more equitable type of a network so that all employers can have access to help in these situations?
The employer visa network for the moment is itself becoming in our country. And so making it equitable would involve carving these into small pieces. We are mandated to come to the province. So my colleague Paul was here last week talking to international students in universities, and I'm here this week talking to you, and we're brand new. So the other thing we're doing is we're looking for different opportunities to engage with employers. And so if you'd like to have on top of that, absolutely, yes, let's discuss ways that that the network can support. In terms of the question about different industries having challenges with the system, unfortunately, the policy, let me deal with the policy, I know it's not your question. The policy is, we all know that there are people who immigrate to Canada who have struggled to find jobs, and this is the reality of the system as it was. And the shift has been in order to promote best economic success for migrants who are living in Canada. It is based on really good research. I'm here to send you some of the links to some of the research that was done. And so inevitably, in that there's going to be some sectors that are disadvantaged. I had a lovely conversation a couple of weeks ago with somebody who runs a hot air balloon company. And her hot air balloon pilots are not C. They're category C, so they can't find their express entry. And hot air ballooning in Canada is a seasonal activity. And so she doesn't have a permanent job, and she doesn't have the appropriate level of job. And she said, I don't know what to do. I cannot find enough pilots to run a business in Canada. And so we understand that there are people who are falling outside, absolutely. And so what I said to her, there's a couple of things. One of the things you can do is talk to the SEC and ask them about the NOC itself, the National Application Classification. If you're not familiar with it, that's where we have our OAB and SIMD applications. That is not a short-term solution. You can talk to the province and see if any of their programs would fit, if there's eligibility to the provincial nominee program. Unfortunately, I don't
The funding was requested for more, the funding was allowed for 6, and we're doing everything we can. And we're really happy for you to just get in touch with us for anything that you need. We're happy to do WebEx and video conference and rework and everything. Anything else? Merci, thank you so much for your time today. Please do get in touch with us if you need to.
Thank you very, oh, lost power. Thank you very much, Allison. And I have her email. We can send her some stuff. I'll share. And she's quite happy to answer her questions. Her and Paul, we had Paul in our office the other day, and so we drilled him there. A lot of questions, our settlement worker staff. And so we know you have lots of questions. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break to let Christian and Paula set up, and then we'll keep moving right along.
Has everybody gotten their coffee? Done their bio break? Has glass of water ready to go? Anybody going to move forward as per my request?
Washed.
Now, do I have to make a teacher voice out? Put my glasses on? No, I'm not going to.
Tough crowd, tough crowd.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paula Hoffman, and I am, as I mentioned during my questions, I am a Community Economic Development Officer with the Réseau de soutien à l'immigration francophone du Nord de l'Ontario, which is very long for the Northern Ontario Francophone Immigration Support Network. And I would like to take a brief moment to thank Michelle Lander and Thunder Bay Multicultural Association for letting us take part in organizing this event. For those of you who don't know, this week is very important to us because it is Canada's National Week of Francophone Immigration. And some of you saw me going around, skulking around the tables this morning, trying to get an information sheet into your folders about various activities that will be happening this week. For example, there's a book festival at l'École Franco-Supérieure where you can get books in French, or there's a poetry slam evening at right next door at the embassy, which is above the Hoyt and Nadia Hall on Sunday. So we really do encourage you to get out, trouver la francophone interne, meet new people, and think back, if you don't speak French already, think back to your high school public. More my boss from Sudbury, Christian Howell, his parents, he had an intimate history with immigrants and immigrants to Canada because his parents came from Switzerland and settled in a small community in northern Ontario called Burner because Christian's dad heard that the fishing was good. So, and they proceeded to make a life in agriculture, and now Christian making a life in community service for Francophone immigrants in northern Ontario. And that's what our topic of discussion today will be for the next 10-15 minutes for the presentation and stuff afterwards is about the Francophone ambassadors. So, I turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you. Do I speak into this? No, I guess I got to speak into that. Hi, everybody. So, Réseau du Nord, we're a government-funded program to help increase Francophone immigration outside of Quebec. Presently, the Francophone community represents 5% of the population outside of Quebec, but only 1% of the immigrants speak French. So there's 13 networks like us across Canada, and our job is not to work with individuals. Our job is to strengthen the system that's already there. So I'm going to explain a bit how we do that. So the partners that we have here is Cathy with the Multicultural Center, the LIPS all over Northern Ontario, the employment centers, whatever we can do to help strengthen the immigration continuum. When we talk immigration continuum, it's l'accueil, so settlement, attraction. When we're talking about education, health, culture, employment, and business startups. So that is really all the fields that we work on, but we don't work with individuals. Our job is to set the table so there's a right meetings in different communities. We have a budget to travel. So I serve postal code P. So from Algonquin Park all the way to Kenora. So our job is to make the life easier for any organization who could work with a Francophone or bilingual immigrant in that area. This is what gets us going. When we've spoken to many employers, and when employers get together, the same topic keeps coming up. Where do we find skills? That's if some of you, some of our, even though petroleum is down, even though mining is hurting in my area, in Sudbury area, we're still going to be short 1 million workers. I have a brother-in-law who works in Fort McMurray. He says now that the oil fields are shutting down, forestry is going gangbangers. It's actually absolutely crazy. He's making $40 an hour driving pulp. So there's still lots of jobs out there. There's still lots of jobs everywhere because we did not have enough kids in Canada. Next. So in Ontario, that means already to this day, employers are losing $24 billion a year because they cannot find skilled labor. So it is a crisis. Next. So we're also talking about business succession. We know that 350,000 business people qualify for retirement. Next. And half of them have no succession plan. So when we're talking earlier about issues that employers have with an LMIA, because they're so worried about the LMIA, they don't have the time to plan, okay, what's going to happen in 5 years, 10 years when I want to retire. So the crisis is actually getting worse. So we're at risk of losing these enterprises who are already losing money. They might just throw in the towel. So we really have to do something. Next. So we work with the workforce planning boards, where you have Madrid-Sisson here in Thunder Bay, and we also have, there's 6 of them in Northern Ontario. And they know by talking to employers have told them that if the economy keeps going the way it's going, we're going to need between 40 and 50,000 people to fill jobs. And an article was published here just a few weeks ago that you're going to be short 50,000 people here if there's absolutely no economic growth. So if nobody wants economic growth, that's fine. We don't need to hire anybody. Next. So we know the most sought after skills were trades, engineering, and health. Now that's where we need to work with Ireland, because when we're talking about health, it's the countries of the Commonwealth seem to have an homologation. So basically they have a standardized training where if you can hire a nurse or a doctor from those countries. When we talk about French-speaking countries, that's kind of where it's hurting. You cannot hire them directly. Next. So we'd have a growing demand. Because now we have all these people retiring, that means the supervisors are leaving. We're going to have a shortage of management in finances and in education, and we already are seeing a shortage of supervisors in mining, construction, and forestry. So now we have a whole bunch of new workers that need to come in, but then there's nobody going to be there to supervise them. So that's where we really need to have people with skills coming in from other countries. Next. So add to that, we know from statistics that by 2031, 47% of people will be qualifying for retirement in Northern Ontario. That's almost 147,000 jobs. 47% of the workforce. So we tend to say, well, we have enough kids. There's so many people on unemployment, it's not going to be a problem. Well, it is going to be a problem. Next. So that's where we come in. We find it's called the demographic pressure index. So that is what you take at the last census. They took the people that are aged 10 to 19, that within the next 10 years, they'll qualify or they will be on the job market. And they compare them to the numbers of people who are between 55 and 64. So that with chances are within the next 10 years, they're going to be leaving the job market. Next. So this is where we run into another little issue where we have the census metropolitan zones or metropolitan census zones. We only have 15 in Ontario. And in Northern Ontario, we only have 2, Sudbury and Thunder Bay. So when we have the blockages of the LMIA, it's because they compare us to Ottawa, Toronto, Montreal. So that is really the system we need to change. But then we can still use those numbers. If you look 10 years ago, for every 100 people that are qualified for retirement in Thunder Bay, you had 142 ready to take the job. It wasn't a crisis. That's why you didn't hear about it over the last 10 years. But now it's really hitting the wall. We're down to, in this area, to 72 people ready to enter the workforce for every 100 people retiring. So it's a crisis. Next. So let's do for Northern Ontario, where we know that rural Ontario, the index is 74. That means that for the 147,000 people that are going to retire, we're going to be short 38,000 workers. So that really starts opening the eyes. So maybe we can work on having this included in the LMIA when we need numbers to show, look, we need special consideration here because our economy is going to start imploding. And this is if the Ring of Fire doesn't open, if the other mines don't open. There's 12 mines that are due to open in Northwestern Ontario who are having trouble finding people already. If we don't do something about the LMIA or about immigration to the area right now, that is not going to work. Next. So that's even the Canadian Chamber of Commerce says, no, now we need to work with this problem. How do we grow? How can we work on this? So that's where we come in out of that big pie. Earlier had a presentation about Ireland. Well, I'm here to convince you the financial advantages of hiring somebody who's French and bilingual. We have a whole system in place. They call excuse me, I'm thinking in French, I need to slow down. The Francophone Immigration Support Networks have been put into place to help. So if you're having difficulties, we are here to hook you up with organizations who can help. Number one is express entry. The advantage of express entry is compared to the old system where you wait in line, now the employers, you can go hand pick. So if you have your job posted for a month, then we can help you hook up with people abroad who are qualified, will not have the blockages to come here. With Destination Canada, the Canadian embassies abroad actually have recruitment fairs. There's going to be one in Paris, Brussels, and Tunis at the end of this month, where last year they had 20,000 applicants. They did the pre-screening. Out of those 20,000 applicants, 2,000 were selected for interviews. 75 Canadian employers went over and they hired 385 people. So that means that they had the education, had the qualifications, they had the experience, and they spoke the language. So economically speaking, it should work. Next. There's another possibility, because we were told here that in Thunder Bay, if it wasn't for the international students, most restaurants would have to close. Well, there's a possibility of getting students internationally as well who might come here for internships. The French government, their goal is for any student who's in agriculture to get international experience. So agriculture for them is agriculture, food transformation, and forestry. They have 400,000 students. Their goal is to have 90% of them get international experience. So you could have a student come in from 6 weeks to 6 months, maximum 1 year, and come and work for free. So because the idea is, for them it's an internship. It's not a summer job. And the advantage is it's a skills exchange. So when they come and work for you, they also have to write a report on how they can make your business better. So you ended up at the end with a report. I'll give you the example of landscaping company in Calgary last year. They had a landscaper specialist come for an internship, and he was doing architectural plans for the clients. So just imagine the clients, what they thought. It was absolutely amazing. So it's really ways to help go along. And then plus you have an exchange that you learn from them, they learn from you. So what I mean to say is in immigration, if you hire, there's really economic advantages. First of all, you diversify your talent, because every school teaches differently. Every country teaches differently, which can also be one of the blockages that we run into, but with the systems put into place, it should make it easier. There's a new expertise. There's also new talents, and now it's opening your doors to new markets. So I'm going to explain now a little more about what would be the new markets that you would expose yourself to if you hired somebody who could serve them in French. So to help you seize the market, so we're talking about Francophones. In Ontario, we're 611,000. That is a potential market of $23 billion. So let's say you are a really specialty market and you say, you know what, I've only been growing 1% a year. But the Francophone population is growing. And now just by opening the door, by hiring somebody who could serve them, you're increasing your chances. In the north, that's 140,000 we have. In all of Northern Ontario, that's a $5 billion market just by shipping from here to Sudbury. And then if we want to talk just Northwest, what's really interesting when you look at statistically, Francophone-speaking families in Northwestern Ontario have a higher spending income than the rest of the province, because they're usually highly skilled in mining and forestry. So if you have a restaurant and you hire somebody who speaks French, you are now opening your potential market to another $152 million. Just in Northwestern Ontario. So you see how we start making financial sense where you diversify your workforce? Now, when many people don't know, when we talk tourism, the place where Ontario spends the most money on attracting tourists is Quebec. Quebec is our third largest tourist market. That's 3 million tourists come every year. And their favorite is actually Northern Ontario. They really like coming where there's lots of beaches, they like the scenery. In the Northwest, that's specifically to this area of Thunder Bay, that's 5,000 tourists. And they spend about $700 per visit. So you could break it down like that. So imagine if just by having somebody could serve them in language, you're opening your doors to an extra $3 million market. And that's also growing by 6% a year, that market. Same thing with France. 149,000 tourists came to Ontario last year, and that's also growing 6% a year. They spend about an average of $1,000 per visit. That is a $129 million market by itself. Now, it's really interesting on the international level, China is not growing anymore. If many of you have followed, they didn't have enough kids, and now they've actually made it so you can have more. So as they're kind of stagnant, Africa is absolutely exploding, and that's what we attribute to really growth in the Francophone community. On the international level, we figure by 2050 there's going to be 800 million of them, compared to only 180 million in 2000. So that is really an exploding market. And when we talk about that, all of Canada's growth will come from immigration in the next 30 years. There's a big potential it'll be from here, from the Francophone communities. And then we have the international students. It's an absolutely humongous market. We figure by the 2025, there will be 6 million international students looking to study somewhere else. Canada is the #7 favorite destination for these students. Why are international students interesting? Because the government has realized that they might be the workforce we want to keep because they're already integrated, so we can actually go over a few other hurdles. But also, during their school years, they can work part-time, which can help alleviate some shortages, and they can also work full-time during the summer. But also, they bring a lot of money to the area, which could be a huge economic boom. In Canada, they represent $8 billion in revenues for universities and colleges, 83,000 jobs. And Ontario has 39% of the market. So if you want to go work in an industry or that could hire these students, you really could gain from this. Next. So this is a bit of a puzzle, and I know it's kind of sucks because the picture's not clear, but we are not an organization because we're a project, but we're a network. So in the field here, we work with the Thunder Bay Multicultural Association. There are 5 organizations in Northern Ontario who do settlement. So with them, we have strategic plans. We want to educate the community about the well-being that would be increased by having more immigrants come to the area. Then we also work with associations. My job is not politics. Today, you've raised some issues that we have with the system. I'm here to show you how we can work with this system. But we have associations in Ontario where here in Thunder Bay, you have l'AFNO, the Francophone Association. We have the provincial level, we have l'Assemblée franco-ontarienne. And at the federal level, we have la Fédération canadienne, Fédération des communautés acadiennes et francophones. So if you have anything that you want to complain to the government because it's not working for you, that's who you go see. They have an ear that will listen. So you have us that help you here. You have Cathy's group and Michelle's group that are here to help you. We go around door to door, find out the needs, and hook you up. For example, just earlier this month, Paula went to the National Job Fair in Montreal. She met 114 people who want to move here. So she's going to be calling some of you to put together a committee. Who do you send these people to? What we need from you is when we hear that there's jobs available, unless we have a job ad that we could share, it's just hearsay. So when we hear that there's difficulties, it could also be because what we hear as a need is just hearsay. Number one, statistics, the long-form census is not done anymore. So then it's all through the bouche à oreille.
Word of mouth.
It's just word of mouth. So the only proof that we can give to the government that there's humongous needs here, that we can get changes made, is look at all these job ads here that are not being filled because the system does not take us into consideration. And then what we can do in the spring, we're actually hosting a provincial job fair. There's 3 networks in Ontario, if you want to go next. So there's me in Northern Ontario, me and Paula, and we have another agent in Northeastern Ontario. Then there's South Central Ontario, and there's Eastern Ontario. We want to bring all the jobs and job ads and employees that would like to participate. It'll be free to come participate. I know you like to hear that because job fairs usually cost a lot of money to go. But then we will hook you up with immigrants from that area who would be interested in move here. So we'll be in contact, or Paula will be in contact. So the whole thing, the process is we need to educate the communities about the advantages of immigration. We need to prepare the area, and then we need to make sure that we can have the settlement. What the difficulties we're running into with settlement agencies, they don't have a travel budget. But how large is your territory that you have to cover, Cathy? Yeah, so the size of Pakistan, with a team of how many? 14. So we really need to work together to make sure that her job is easier. That's why we have events like this. Next. So we're here to talk solutions. If you have a need, we will hook you up with an organization or with a ministry who is here to help. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Sorry, I also have something really quick to add about the Francophone advantage. This is something that a lot of people, well, perhaps municipalities take this into consideration. But there's a phenomenon called Francophone dollars. And what that usually means is that there's money allocated for capital monies available to provide infrastructure or to create programs and so on and so forth. So let's say a small community needs a skating rink or something, and it has a Francophone community that can make that application. Then that money is earmarked for that community to contribute to the growth of that Francophone community. But it's not a skating rink that's going to be for Francophones only. It's to benefit the whole community. So there's a lot of partnering done at that level as well. And when we increase the capacity of communities that have Francophones living in minority situations to welcome Francophones, they also, I mean, it's a win-win situation for many of these communities. Firstly, you have someone who comes into the community and has a job, so they're happy. And then you have municipalities who's happy because they have a taxpayer. And then you have the community, the Francophone community at large, who's happy because now they have another Francophone member who can take part, or who live part of their life at least in French, and help support the services or the maintenance of services that are out there. And then the community at large embraces a new member. And I mean, this is not a Francophone example, but we'll only have to look at Terrace Bay to see how a small community is embracing a foreign community from India, and how that whole community is diversifying, how they're celebrating new celebrations and learning about new cultures, and these people have jobs or create businesses. So, I mean, this is the type of thing that we're trying to grow in a Francophone concept, or concept as well. So, as he said, we're just one piece of a larger pie. But I'm sure that the Francophone advantage also, at the end of the day, helps all Francophones, all Americans, to a certain degree. That's my 2 cents. Foreign immigrants to permanent residents. A lot of people want to go. Thunder Bay, actually Northwestern Ontario, and Northern Ontario in general. Because, of course, as we mentioned, we need about 50,000 people.
I think that I think as a community, I work under Plymouth, Ontario Guidelines, and one of the things that we're finding is that, as I alluded to earlier, is that we do post a lot of new jobs. We have a new external job bank, people ourselves, and we provide employer services to many of our community partners. Many of our community partners advertise on their own websites or they use forms of the GG or Indeed. And they do advertise, but they're finding it really frustrating to find food in town. So I know that Paul has been trying to get a hold of me over the last month, and it's not no task that she has been trying, but I'm hoping to sit down with her over the next couple of weeks and develop a community plan with support from CBC, and also sit at the table with me as far as job postings. And we do a lot of information groups with employers in the same sector. We get them in to find out what their needs are, and then we work to try to fill those needs. And we're finding it very frustrating as a community to grow our community when we don't have the staff to meet the needs. So, yeah, I look forward to working with Eamonn Multicultural Association. I know that there's some pretty good stuff that we can collaborate on. I know that New is doing a fantastic job with collaborating and coordinating services with Multicultural Association. But I think as a community, I think if we work in collaboration and we're all talking the same language, the ministries will understand that we are doing something better for our community to keep our people working. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I have one idea that came out of Montreal was the idea of bridge programs. Is that term ringing bells with anybody? Bridge programs, where somehow we help foreign workers transition into the workforce. And for example, we mentioned a few times that people in same positions like personal care workers or even nurses or registered nursing assistants. And again, there were quite a few of them who went from Montreal. Now some of them speak good English, some of them, most of them do not. So of course that's an area for employment here in the Northwestern Ontario. There are some communities that require French, most of them require English. And if you're talking about a nurse working in a hospital setting, if their English is good enough, it's a liability. So how do you help these people become proficient in English? Well, come over and study English, great. But these people don't want to come over unless they have a job, because there's no way for them to finance themselves. So this is where a bridge program would be very interesting. I mentioned it to a couple of service providers, mentioned to people in the hospital, and I'm getting a lot of resistance, which is very interesting. Because on one hand, they say, well, people feel these positions, right? So, I mean, do you have any experience, these type of experience, or does anybody have any experience with bridge programs? No. Well, but you've heard of it. But that would be something worth looking into as far as community work. It's not necessarily, well, there's a policy that has to be on. Everybody loves that. But, employers and community groups and so on and so forth to help people transition into the Northwestern Ontario work product. We're not talking about who I am. And as you know, my door is always open, so I'm always happy to talk about it. Possibilities and ideas in the future.
Good, thank you.
So thank you very much. We'll stop here. I think this brings us, Michelle, to the end of our program for today. Okay. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Cathy, who's going to give us a few closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of things that I wanted to mention. One is that we just recently received confirmation that the North Superior Workforce Planning Board is going to be, was the successful candidate for our region, for Thunder Bay, for a local employment project. And one of those working groups specifically is on newcomers. And if anyone here is interested in participating in that subject matter working group for newcomers, for immigration, please let us know. We're looking for anyone who has an interest in newcomer employment to be at the table. We're at the table, Paula is at the table, but we'd certainly invite more folks to be there. If you need to know more information, you can ask Michelle, she's on the board. We can ask Madge Richardson and give her a call and see. Also anyone with the Policy Institute would be glad to connect you because we're really looking for more involvement on that project. And I'd like to thank our panelists from this morning. Cathy Murphy, who went off to do some other work with the CEDC today. We wanted to take advantage of having her in the city and put her to work as much as we possibly could. And Allison, thank you so much for coming. I know there are always a lot of questions, and we always warn anyone that comes to the north that you do realize we're going to ask you the what about the north question, and we are going to push on the issues that are specific to our region. So thanks so much for coming. And Christiane and Paul, thank you very much. Best success for the rest of the Francophone Week, and we really want to focus on and bring the lens and get you thinking about diversifying immigration to our region. And we've worked with many communities that are specifically Francophone communities in Northwestern Ontario. So keep that in mind as you travel, and always remember that tourism piece, because the city we don't always think so much about that. Thank you, Michelle. I wanted everyone to recognize and thank Michelle for all of her hard work, for connecting with us, and for bringing in all of our speakers today. And so she tries to hide, but we'll keep... She does a fantastic job. And if there are specific things that you need from today that you'd like to connect with Cathy Murphy, or you would like to have any of the slide decks or any of the information that was presented, let us know. We won't hound you with emails, but if you do ask for any of these things, or you want to have the reports from today, we'd be glad to let you know how to find them, and we'd be glad to provide you with those. And the proceedings today were broadcast to the region, and James, if you want to tell us a little bit about how pieces of that, some of the segments will be available to us to watch on Shaw. Except Allison's.
Thanks. I'm James from Net News Ledger. We live streamed the event today, so not only did it go out across the region, parts of the talk are also going to go over to Shaw TV, so you'll be able to watch them from Sault Ste. Marie to Kenora on Shaw Cable 10. And then within a day or so, we're going to have parts and pieces of this up on Net News Ledger as well. So if you go to netnewsledger.com, you'll be able to watch the proceedings and take notes and work from there. And thank you.
Thank you very much, James. So thanks, everyone. It's been a long day. We're going to actually transform this room into a job fair for the afternoon and have employers here and newcomers coming through. So I'd just like to thank you again for coming, and hopefully we'll see you next year. And call us if you need anything.